Hello everyone. Welcome back to more Minecraft. And also, before we get into too much stuff. I got a trident, by the way, from all these freaking drowned that are constantly spawning around our base. But also, before we do too much, I need to go into creative mode. I was testing something out. And so I have this, like, command block here. I'm just going to set this to need redstone. And that should make it so that that stops running. So I was testing, because, I've got this weird, this thing where I have just this, like, half a heart missing. And so I was checking if, via command block, if I could, like, give myself enough saturation to, like, fix that. As it turns out, saturation on Bedrock is weird. If you give yourself the effect, it lasts exactly up until your food bar is full, and then it immediately stops, like, running. So I had to use a command block to keep it, like, active continuously. And yet, despite, that, I have half a hunger bar missing. So clearly even like infinite saturation can't fix this freaking half a heart that I'm missing. And I don't understand why. But it is what it is, I guess. Saturation restore health as well. Well, the saturation is how much, like, food you have, right? And then when your food, when your hunger bar is full, then your health, like, very slowly regenerates. So I was using the command block to essentially, keep my hunger bar at maximum. And yet, even that was not enough to give myself the extra half a heart. So I think it's just a bug that it just I can't get that extra half heart for some reason. So done a couple of things, in between episodes. First off, we had like 10 or so sugarcane, and I planted them, and then let them grow, and then planted more and let them grow, and so on. So we have a bunch of sugarcane here now, which is great. In fact, let me go ahead and knock these down and plant more. Because, we gotta surround the entire island with sugarcane at some point. So that we have, plenty of sugarcane growth going. Gotta have the sugarcane. And so many sugarcane. Yep. Hello. That's one of the nice things about sugarcane is you can grow it and then get plenty more, and then you can grow more, and then, just keep going with it, kind of thing. But beyond the sugarcane, there have been a few other things I've done today. Namely, if I wander around enough, and if you look over the previous VOD, you'll notice that there have been some areas that I have dug up. I have done some level of flattening. I don't think I'm going to perform the flattening to nearly the extent that I did on the last, world. Mostly just because I kind of like the way this has some hills that go up and down. And also because we're keeping some of the original buildings from the village. So I don't feel like, flattening everything completely would work out here. So I've still got another 64 sugarcane to go. Woo! This is the fun part about planting sugarcane everywhere. It's just, you end up with so much of it, but then it's like, oh, but I still need more. And so then you still have to place more down. I've just got a lot of these, I need to, dig up this gravel and replace it with grass at some point. I'm seeing some kind of weird, flashing going on. As I'm, placing the sugarcane, and I don't know why. Sometimes the water is, flashing. That's really, it just did it there. It's really weird. I don't know why it's doing that. But it is what it is. I've put, 1,000,001 torches around the place just to try to kind of keep things a little bit lit up as well. It's not everywhere. I haven't had enough coal and charcoal to do that. At least not that I've wanted to use immediately offhand. 'Cause I do have plenty of coal. I think I have 3 stacks of it. But I haven't wanted to really use all of it, I know that sugarcane can grow on both grass and sand. I don't know about any others. But I do know that it cannot grow on gravel, so that's why I need to dig up the gravel and replace it. We've got a beehive over here. That's cool. I just started, these bees just kind of appeared. So I guess one of these oak trees just, when it grew, it spawned a thing, a beehive, which it is possible. That is something you can do. You obviously can see that I have farms. We've got beetroot, we've got potato, we've got carrot, we've got wheat. I've got my automatic composter over here for bone meal. I started construction of a building right here. And really the only reason I even did this much with the building was because I needed to kind of outline where I was putting it, because I also then needed to build this underground section, because this is where my mine is. And it goes, it's only 3 levels so far, but eventually this will go all the way down to deep slate. But the main reason I wanted to build this, ASAP, is this. I have lava on this side, I have water on this side, and you can see I have 2 blocks of deep slate, or not deep slate, dripstone right there. And that is causing these these 2 dripstone to eventually grow. They haven't yet. But the other main thing is that I only have 3 cauldrons at the moment. The 2 that we made, and then the one that was at that other village. But eventually, when enough of that deep slate grows and I can put stuff here, and when we get enough iron to, fill this area up with cauldrons, this will be our lava generation. So, and then of course, this will go further down. And then, this is just kind of to make it so that you can't just walk right off. Because again, this is going to go all the way down to deep slate layer. So that would really suck if you fell down. But I am gonna, once I get enough wood, I'm gonna do what I did before, where I'm gonna have the logs going all the way up, as if serving as columns and pillars. And then that'll go all the way up to the top here. And then I'll probably do like I did last time and replace the 12 stone that are under the fence with logs. But that will have to wait until we get enough logs. So, but beyond that and some of the flattening that I did, I've got a pen over here for chickens. I extended the teeny tiny little cow pen, and I haven't bothered to touch the pig pen at all, but I have been slowly breeding the pigs, so we've got more pigs. And beyond that, it's mostly just been a little maintenance here and there, trying to kind of, make these paths, completing these paths instead of having here's a grass block and there's a grass block, making them all, straight and, filled in. This is where the town center was. I took down the 2 bell spots, and then went through and filled the path in properly, and then just put down some cobblestone in this little checkerboard pattern, because I think that looks pretty good. I don't really think I've done much else other than just those few things, because one, I just haven't had enough torches to fully light everything up, and 2, I really haven't had anything else that I really needed to do in the way of village construction itself. So, but yeah, I think basically everything else is as it was, at the end of last stream. So, So, with that said, one of the things I would like to do is extend that the mine further down, and maybe try to do some actual mining, because we do need some iron. This has taken a lot of work, and I am down to 8 iron out of the almost 2 stacks that we had, before. And a lot of tools that have broken, basically. I have used a lot of iron. So, which is also part of the reason I wanted to get that lava. Because of needing like raw, I'm gonna need to be able to smelt, plenty of like iron and other ores at some point. That said, you may have noticed I have these 5 books up here. And yeah, these are in fact a couple of add-ons. Basically, they're the original 5 add-ons that I added to the first world, that never seemed to cause any issues. So, as always, we have our Tetris add-on, because yes, because I love the Tetris stuff. We have the World Utils, which has some of the stuff in it. This is just the update book. Huh. Miner's Lantern. Main miner support for tools from Tinkers. Oh, this isn't actually the full World Utils book. I see. That's this one. Also, I have a stone cutter. But yeah, so we have stuff like, we'll be able to access stuff like Vein Miner, chunk borders, apparently. Activate chunk border utility. Once activated, chunks will be outlined by a particle effect. Slime chunks will also be shown with a different effect. Interesting. Very curious about that. 2 iron ingots, a firework, and 2 redstone dust for that. But the main things that we're going to want are like the Vein Miner, which requires a diamond pickaxe. The Tree Capitator, which, requires a diamond axe. And what is this? Miner's Essentials. Once activated, mine any ore, it will drop the already smelted variant. Oh, wow. 8 furnaces. Jeez. That's insane. But then there's like the multi-block pickaxe, the end frame breaker, the omni tool, the harvester hoe, the excavator shovel, and other stuff here. Homes? Set, edit, and delete homes for you to teleport back to at any point. Users can set up to 3 homes by default. Huh. That's interesting. This can be edited with the controller. Which, speaking of the controller, that is something that you can only use in creative mode. And I want to go into this and double check some things. Chunk borders, death waypoint, how many homes can you set? Yeah, I mean, I think most of this is fine. I want to turn these 2 on as well. But yeah, so we've got, a couple of the add-ons. Obviously, we need, stuff like diamonds and things to really even utilize them, but we do have them. So what I need to do is I'm gonna need some ladders. I'm gonna need some wood. I'm gonna need. Oh, and I did go back to our original base, and I cut down the big jungle tree so that I could get the jungle saplings and such. So we have some of the we have all the jungle wood from that. I'm gonna need more wood than that, though, probably. And I'm gonna want some coal. Jungle wood is best wood. Yeah, jungle wood is pretty good. I mean, I'm a little partial to the new cherry wood personally because pink. But cherry wood, the jungle wood is definitely good. And we have a pretty decent amount. So, also, hello, cat. I totally missed that was your mess. I just saw Scarix down the line, so I totally missed that. Totally missed that was you and not Scarix. I don't need to bring my hoe with me, so let's toss that. And I think I'll be fine with just this for now. Main thing that I want to do is that because I have this mine, I kind of want to keep to that. I don't really want to go out too much. I kind of just want to utilize this mine for most things, since that's the whole point. Whoop, and there goes the stone pickaxe. And so basically what I want to do is just kind of open up, the mine here at each level as we go down. Just because it makes things easier. I can easily see straight down to where I want to go and such. Also, I mean, hey, look, I found more coal. So, never a bad thing to check where we're heading. Here's some copper. Then basically that's really all I need to do at each level. Oop, coal. So then we go down 4. And we have ended up going down more than 4 this time. So I want to pause myself at 4. But also I do want to mine this coal. So then I want to put that there because that's where I want to be at. I'm pretty sure we'll recount. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. And then just like that, we pop out into the mine. And I want to dig one further down so that I can easily find my hole. And we get to the next layer. Don't, that sounded wrong, but, you know, find my hole. Sounds slightly wrong, but it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hi, Nanako. I mean, more coal. Coal and copper. If we were back at our original base, I would say we should go mine that iron vein that we found. But our original base is 800 blocks away. Like, that's a long way to travel to then go mining and fill up our inventory. You know? Still, it might not necessarily be a bad idea. I mean, iron and diamonds are what I'm looking for right now anyway, so. And unfortunately, I can only go one further down because then I'm out of ladders currently. So, RIP that for now. Gonna need to go back up and get some more ladders. I completely just forgot to make more last time. Otherwise, I would have done that automatically. But yeah, I mean, you can see how much of this area is lit up. So, there is no shortage of lighting. I mean, there's plenty of shortage of lighting. It's just not, you know, too bad. Here, I'll just make freaking ladder. Probably should be putting the fence down as we go, but it's fine. Nope, those are full. Like, that way, you know, I don't accidentally just fall down the pit here. Whee! Look how deep that is already. I will say, I still have, like, you know, I played those songs, the new Space Bear songs there, and, like, they're in my head. They're just stuck in my head right now. There might be a chance that I will have to load those up again and play at least a little bit of them, because I don't know, I just really like Space Bear. Just the Space Bear guys are just, they're just really good, you know. Okay, like they do good music, and their their Game Grumps remixes are just fantastic. Oh hey, it's Mist. Don't often see Mist come in. Hello, Mist. Oh, but my pickaxe is about to break. Just got done running your first group with the IRL group. Your first game with the IRL group. They charisma'd. Seriously, the freaking those new songs, those freaking Game Grumps remix songs, like I can't. Make 2 more iron picks just because they'll last a little longer. But I'm a little worried about grabbing these and then not being able to freaking do anything. Set them up against a bandit camp. Bard and Sorcerer. Trust up the ASMR Paladin. That bandit not once his insight. Ouch. Oop, and there's that. Definitely, like, as soon as I get a freaking diamond pickaxe, I'm gonna apply mending to it. Like, right away. Kind of, you know, like, even if there's nothing else, I'm gonna do that. Because I really need a pickaxe that isn't just going to constantly break on me here. So there's our cast suggestion. Man, it's all surrender because the bard is clearly an inept drunkard. Wow. That's like crazy. It was fun and had many laughs, but yeah, charisma. I mean, that do be the way that it goes sometimes, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, as long as people had fun, like, that's really all that matters in the end. My problem is I'm just completely inept and can't make anything, like, good. Did I did not. Torch. Absent because of COVID. Oof. I don't know. I mean, you didn't see how bad the last game that I ran was. So oh boy. I pickaxes. To the point of having depression due to missing them? That's unfortunate. I know that, not having games has definitely not helped my depression. The lack of any real social, like, D&D if D&D, Pathfinder, whatever, you know, our group is really all the social activity I had. The rainy run home. Oof. Is my mind directly above a trial chamber? Did I pick a terrible spot for my mine? This is tough brick. That only spawns in trial chambers. Did I just build a mine on top of a trial chamber? Yup. That's a trial chamber, all right. Who's ready to die? Because, this is definitely not going to go well. Oh my gosh, and it's a massive chamber room, too. Oh boy, oh boy. It is a massive trial chamber room. What the frick, dude? What am I even gonna do about this? I mean, I guess first off, I'm gonna freaking combine these bows together so that they're not taking up freaking ridiculous amounts of space. Oh boy. Well, I got my half heart back at least. Oh, my armor. My armor is just utterly destroyed. All like already. Suppose I should have kept some blocks. Because I mean, I'm gonna need something to build up right here. Let me go ahead and knock out a couple of blocks here. Oh, fudge nuggets. I had to hit this button so I can get rid of the water. And got husks. I've got skeletons. I've got breezes. This is not gonna be a fun time. Skeletons are just too overpowered. Can I say it? Like, freaking skeletons with their bows are just ridiculously overpowered. Cause they can just shoot you from a mile away and you're just like, oops, that's that. And I'm sure somebody will say like, well, get a shield. Except that freaking shields are stupid on Bedrock. Like on Java, I would just carry a shield. But shields are just, they're stupid on freaking Bedrock version. So they're really not the most useful. Ooh, trial key. And another trial key. And finally, some food. One piece of cooked chicken. Thanks. Definitely just great. Yep. I mean, on one hand, that takes care of them for now. The obvious thing is that at some point those things are going to reset. I'm trying to find the potion. Mob effects tab. Oh. My hunger already wore out, so it's fine. I mean, obviously, one thing I can do is break these. And honestly, I'm probably going to have no real choice but to do that. We'll just pretend that I sat here for the freaking, like, 20 minutes that it takes to break one of these. That's the breeze. And there we go. We'll just pretend that I did that. You know, spent the time that it takes to break each one of those. Cause that would have taken a very long time to break each one of those. Especially with iron tools, you know. So, well, I guess we have a freaking trial chamber right here. You know, smack dab in the middle of our freaking mine now. So, that's interesting. Also, there's like a path on that side. Oh, is this a... There's a vault over here. But the, like, path to the vault Like this is like these sides are like empty, and it didn't generate anything in that direction, so it was literally impossible to get into here without mining or building. Well, let's see what we get from our first vault then. I mean, 4 emeralds isn't terrible. But I don't know that I would call it great either. Really don't need these arrows at all. There is an ominous vault over there, which obviously we can't utilize at the moment anyway because we don't have an ominous key. And as far as the rest of the chambers, is clearly, you know, goes down that way further. But I think I will leave that. I would really prefer not to do combat in the trial chamber at the moment. So what I will do, however, is actually, nah, this is fine. What I will do is I'll clear out these walls. And I definitely don't want to go any deeper into the trial chamber without you know, like diamond armor. I mean, I think technically the idea is that it's supposed to be like mid-tier. I have no clue how you would be expected to do this with like iron gear. You know, if that really is kind of the expectation, is that you can come in with like iron gear and do it. I have no idea how that would be expected of you. But also, I'm terrible at video games, you know? So I very regularly struggle with stuff. Like, there was some new stuff in Genshin that just, you know, recently came out, and I have a friend who plays Genshin as well, and like they could attest that like there was some screaming on some things, you know, coming from me. So there was some screaming coming from me on some things because they were difficult. So, I mean, I know that the meme is, you know, Sureen doesn't like difficulty. It's not true. I have no problems with difficulty. I think difficulty is a very welcome aspect of video games. I just think that some companies take difficulty to a much different level than is, like, necessary. That's all. But yeah, I mean, again, I know that the whole, you know, Sureen doesn't like difficulty, you know, is the whole meme. So there's supposed to be a block there. Must have accidentally broken it. Or not. Don't think I should have accidentally broken 2 blocks. Weird. Well, whatever. We're good. Space places basically lit up with all the torches. It's not completely lit up to the extent that I would really like. But also, I thought I was out of torches. As it turns out, I'm not. So I have no reason not to light it up better. So there's that. This is definitely, like, if I continue my ladder, this is gonna go to the next floor of the trial chamber. But also, like, I kind of need to keep going down with my mine. But also, my freaking pickaxe. But also, I don't think I have enough freaking ladders anyway to keep going down. It's as far down as I can get. At least via ladder. Let's... Whee! Just want to see what's down here. It seems to mostly be husks. What? Excuse me?
Well, excuse me, princess.
I'm sorry. How did that happen? Like, how did I freaking get, like, knocked off by the freaking husk? Oh boy. Oh boy. This is where the pain's gonna come. Actually, the slimes really shouldn't be that bad, because the little mini slimes can't actually hurt you. It's only the bigger slimes that can. And really, I don't even need to be, like, using my fist for the slimes either. Or my sword for the Slimes. I don't need to be using my sword for the slimes. That's what I was trying to say anyway. Before I got freaking absolutely demolished. Husk got sneak attack. Yeah. He came out of nowhere with that, that's for sure. Oh, the other problem is that I really don't have any iron left. Like, I can make a new sword. I didn't need to make a new sword. I had another sword in here. But I can't make another iron pickaxe until I get more iron. Really, all I can do is just make another, like, couple of, like, stone pickaxes. I'll try to hold on to the iron one. It's kind of like an extra for now. That way I don't, you know, go using that up. My armor is also almost gone. But there's only so much I could do about that, unfortunately. Ladders. I was like, I came back for something. Ladders. I wanted to make more ladders. $21 should be a pretty decent amount of extra ladders. You have a man... Well, no, because that's 5. So never mind. He's going to say he's got a mangrove propagule. But I only got 4 from the trial. From the vault, so... As much as I really don't want to go back to the other, like, base. Ow. I pretty sure I hit shift there, game, but whatever. Excuse me? How many times did I hit that guy and he couldn't hit me? And then he was just like, actually, I can, so screw you. Is that another slime spawner down there, or does it just so happen that one of the slimes fell down there? Because, I mean, if that's a slime spawner that's down here, that's not a big, like, problem. I think that answers that question. You know, the slime's popping out of here. I mean, this is technically a really good spawner. Because it gives me slimes without needing to find a slime chunk. There must be another slime somewhere. Yep, over here. Thanks for that. Basically nothing. So I do realize, you know, the point is that you're supposed to go for the vaults. Those are what give you, like, the actual rewards. Trial spawners are just there to kind of give you a couple of things. Scaffolding is great, actually. I am very happy to take scaffolding. And I'm kind of just putting torches on the lights because they will eventually just wear back down. And I don't really feel like that's worth bothering with. So, like, I could use an axe on the lights to, you know, scrape them off and whatnot, or I could just not do that and get basically just as much light. Now see, I'm trying to find vaults without finding freaking, like, trial chambers. Not trial chambers, but freaking the things. Secret room has nothing in it, it seems. Alright. Ba-bum. What to do? Well, first off, I would like to get rid of this bed, because that's gonna freaking clog my inventory and not be beneficial in any way, shape, or form. Great. Just literally worthless gear. Wonderful. Like, completely worthless items. Ah, frick. There's a freaking vault. Oh, but it's just slimes. Okay. As long as I swing wildly enough. And kill the big ones. Again, hate that they can do that. Hate that they essentially get a free attack on you when they split apart. It's super annoying. Ah! Holy crap! How many freaking slimes are there? There's gotta be like 2 or 3 spawners up there. If we've got this many freaking slimes. This many of the big slimes, I mean. Not wasting sword durability on enemies that have 1 HP. This is good though. Like this is technically good. And these guys only actually have 4 HP. But using a sword on like the bigger slimes is kind of a good thing. And then you can just go in and like pop, 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 pop. So, we need any slime balls by any chance? Oh my, what the? How are there still more of you? So, anybody need slime blocks for anything? Because, it looks like we got, some slime blocks here. I don't know what that is. Is that maybe like an ominous? I wonder if that's the backside of an ominous. Really? All of those slimes came from just these 2 spawners? Seriously? That was a lot of slimes for just 2 spawners. Thanks for that. I love wind charges as a reward for killing 1,000,000 slimes. I mean, I guess they are just slimes, but still. Freaking so many slimes. So I've gotten this. Your reward is slime farts. Yeah. I mean, you know, the slime farms that I can make out of these are definitely good. It's just, I was kind of hoping for a bit more in the way of, like, treasure like, I don't know, equipment maybe? You know, with my armor being, like all of my armor being just about to break. I was kind of hoping that I might get something out of that, but it doesn't seem like it. So now the question is, where were the husk spawners? These are the slime. Oh wait, I think they were up. I think the husks were up. And to find where the ladder was, over here. The husks, this one's a slime. This one is the husk spawner. Or do I just want to break both of these since we have freaking like a million of these? Like chests elsewhere. Or since we have the like 4 other slime spawners, I'm wondering if I just want to break both of them. Thank you for a mostly broken stone pickaxe. Definitely a good reward. Yep, yep. Bad Omen bottle, which is technically not bad. Ooh. Hey, our first diamond. How about that? This is probably good. I actually don't even know if the stone pickaxe can even like break that. So I'm just gonna pretend that we did that legitimately. Because we would have if I could have, you know? But I don't feel like leaving these things up just so that I can come back, you know, however much later. So, but yeah, I can, and you know, knock those out without issue. You know, both of the ones that are up here without issue, I think. Just cause we have the 2 that are even lower or wherever it is, like over there, whatever, wherever the other 2 are. But also, you know, we have that one still as well. So basically, I think we're good on that. I'd like to go a little deeper with my mine here. And then regular brick. Oh, 1, 2 regular brick. And then chiseled tough brick for 1. And then a 1 regular. And then 1 chiseled tough brick. Just like that. We're at negative 21. Which could be a slight issue. Like that we're this deep already and it's just trial chamber. Whoopsies. I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. Let me get rid of some of this garbage that I don't need. I do technically want these bricks, but I think, you know, storing some of this stuff in here will just be a good idea. We can always come back for anything that's in these chests, you know? So. Hey, that is the deep slate layer down there. So, I mean, I guess now the question is, what is it going to take to do more down there? The answer is I have no freaking clue. I really need iron. So I think I might not have much of a choice but to go get that iron vein that we know was in the freaking like back at the other base, basically, is what I'm saying. I think the best option really is just to go to the other base and get the freaking iron vein that's down there. I mean, there are other things that we could do. Like, there is the... It's not the Mino pickaxe. But there's like a higher tier, like, pickaxe that we can, like, make. Yeah, when the iron, the freaking mine is, the mine blocks away is more productive, right? Um, there's like, maybe it's just this. So maybe Tetris doesn't have a higher tier pickaxe. Oh yeah, I'm think it might be the Tetraminos swords that I'm thinking of. Ooh, weapon template, matrix chunks, and Minos. Good gravy. Okay. That's not gonna help quite as much as I was thinking. So there's that. Ooh, wait. I have 9 bone meal in here. I should go into my bone meal chest over here. But yeah, unfortunately, it's really looking like the more productive option is going to be to freaking travel all the way back to our old freaking base. Which is this way. This is one I do wish I could do, like, tele-lanterns. Well, I suppose, hang on, because there's that there's the world utilities, like, home thing, right? Cobblestone, wooden plank, wooden door. So 5 cobblestone, 2 planks, and 2 doors. I don't think I have any doors. I did have doors, but I don't have them now. Because I think they're back at the other base. Home? No. Doesn't show up. Interesting. Homes. And maybe I only need to make one. Okay. Yeah, I thought this was gonna, like, use the item to create the home. Not just freaking open up a menu. Well, at least that'll give us an easy way back. For now. And then we can go back to our other base. And then we can add that as a home. And tele-lanterns will still be, like, the best option for waypoints. Because we can put those anywhere. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Right? Or am I? I'm so confused. I made a trail of torches. Oh, here they are. Like, I made a trail of torches so that I could find my way back regularly. And I didn't see them. So I was confused. I was just in the wrong spot to find them. was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I just needed to, like, lower the X coordinate. So... Sure enough. If I lower the X coordinate, I get right over here. And then I don't remember where the mine is because it's been an entire day since I've been over here. Also, apologies if the stream is having issues again. I think the mine, like, it's not that, but it is over here. So turns out I only needed one door. Old base. And I think it's over this way. Oh, also, all of our animals are gone because I got rid of them. I didn't feel like trying to bring them all over to our new base. And I already had plenty of the others. So I was just like, this is a good way to get some raw pork chop and some leather. Now we just have to figure out where we saw that iron vein. It's definitely further down. That's copper. We must go deeper. I know that much. Whoa. That is definitely not the correct direction. I don't think... Is it this way? I did mine this way. This is looking familiar now. Yes. Right over here. So this is an indication of a vein. I've had to mine through some of this before. Really? Well, I mean, I have iron pickaxe. Watch it break before I get the diamonds, though. No? There were 2 diamonds. And it mined both of them, so... So now... we just start digging into this vein here. The reason I know that this is this is a vein is because of the tough brick. Or not brick, but the tough. Iron plus tough in the middle of the deep slate here means that it is a vein. And the way that these things work is there's just plenty of ore kind of just randomly dispersed between these blocks here. But every once in a while, you might get fortunate enough to find a full block of raw ore. Okay. A couple of diamonds randomly generated inside of the iron vein. I won't complain. That puts us at 6 diamonds. Oh. R.I.P. Stone Pickaxe. I'm actually surprised that my iron pick didn't break mining any of those diamonds. Like, I figured I had maybe 2 or 3 uses. The fact that I was able to mine 5 diamonds without it breaking is shocking. But at least if we find any more diamonds, you know, we can do that. That said, I'm not in, like, as desperate need for iron now that I have the diamonds. Because, like, my thought was that I was going to need to get just, like, a crap ton of iron. So that I could, oop, there, hey! Raw iron block. Check that out. Freaking 9 raw iron. Oh, hi! That's a freaking dungeon of skeletons. That is straight up a skeleton dungeon. There's no diamond. I mean, we did get the 1 diamond from the trial chamber, but it was just the 1. Hi. Oh, he died. Well. Ooh, 13. Isn't that the creepy one? Or no, that's 11. That's the creepy one. Isn't it? I think 11 is the creepy one. Pumpkin seeds, another bucket. Sharpness 2, which is fine. And another bucket. Alright, well, we found a couple of buckets. How about that? So, more diamonds. My pickaxe survives for yet another another diamond. Goodness. Like, every time I mine a block with the iron pickaxe, I'm just like, is this the one where it breaks? But then it isn't. It is not the one where it breaks. So... here's a vein. Or rather, here's the... Oop. That was the one that broke the stone pickaxe, though. Even if the freaking iron one keeps managing to survive. That was the freaking block that broke the stone pickaxe. I am really tempted now, though, to go back to the colony. And get... I think I would want to make a second lectern, because we've only got just the one lectern. And then see if we couldn't get a villager with Unbreaking 3 and a villager with Mending. More raw iron. This is why veins can be really nice. Like, first off, it gets me mining into like the walls and stuff. You know, strip mining, as it were. Which is, it's hilarious to me that, like, mods and mod packs are generally, like, designed around the idea of avoiding strip mining. But, like, isn't that what you want? Like, isn't mining what you want players to do in Minecraft? You know? That always confuses me. Like, there's entire mods just built around the idea of like, trying to prevent you from like strip mining and stuff. I'm just like, but it's Minecraft. Like, isn't that the point? Like, I do get that there is a difference between, strip mining and just, like, mining. But, like, you don't convince people to stop strip mining by making it harder. You convince people to not strip mine by making it worth mining. If you make regular mining worthwhile, then people don't need to strip mine for stuff. And I think that's one thing that Mojang did really well with the cave update. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just mine, like, legitimately, like, strip mining is boring, you know? Just mining and mining for, you know, hours on end in just, like, straight lines. But that's why you make mining, like, better, you know? Instead of making it harder to do that, you just incentivize not doing that. And this right here, the ore veins, is a great way to do that. Like, I don't have to mine straight for hours, because I can just mine around here, you know? That said, my inventory do be full. Here, we'll do that. Yeah, yep. There's a difference between, like, exploring a cave and finding cool stuff and, like, just mining in straight lines forever. And so that's why I like the mods that just add a whole bunch of crap everywhere. You know? Because it incentivizes you to explore, as opposed to punishing you for mining, you know? I'm gonna have to teleport. But we did find quite a bit of iron through that, which is great. I do think, though, you know, we have 10 diamonds. So I think before I do anything else, I think our best option right now is to make a couple of lecterns, which, you know, is going to require books, but I should have books. Excuse you, sir. If there was one thing that I really wish Mojang would add, it's some way to prevent drowns from spawning. Because if you live by the freaking water, it's just constantly getting drowns. And it's so obnoxious. Also, I realized I only needed to make, you know, 6 books. But, I mean, I'm gonna need at least 1 book for, like, trading with, so. And also, But also, I only need to make one lectern. So I don't know why I made two. Oops. Because I already have a lectern elsewhere. I guess the important part is... Oh, before I can even, like, do any of that, I'm gonna need emeralds. Like, I'm not gonna be able to trade without emeralds. So I guess I better get a few. And what better way to get emeralds than via all of this freaking paper that I have? I will say, though, there is a quote. I don't know who said it, but I know it's from a game developer of some caliber. But he said, given enough time, players will always optimize the fun out of every game. And I'm just like, yep. Because it's just like, I feel like they optimize the efficiency, but mods optimize the fun. Yeah, yeah. And it, like that's the thing, right? Is the quote is based off of like the whole, you know, players will eventually be like, well, this is the best way to do, you know, this is the meta. You know, it's like, this is the meta. This is how you just play the game. And it's like, okay, but have you considered not doing that by chance? You know? Like, have you considered the possibility that maybe don't do that? Well, why wouldn't I do that? This is the best option. Okay, but like, have you considered the possibility of maybe don't? Like, could you just don't? As I don't remember if it was Aaron or if it was Dan that said that. But it was one of the Game Grumps in one of the episodes. Well, it's like, have you considered maybe just don't? I don't remember what it was even said about, but like, I remember, you know, that line. Like, have you considered maybe just don't? Like, you don't have to play a game the most efficient way. You know? It's like the people in Final Fantasy the players in Final Fantasy 14 that are like, I actually had this the other day. I was playing Black Mage in one of the level 100 dungeons. And like, I'm just sitting there playing the game and, doing whatever. And somebody one of the people in the chat was like, boy, you really suck at Black Mage, don't you? I'm like, I don't know. Because I'm not trying to, like, be optimal with it, I'm just playing Black Mage. Okay, what did you pick up? Stonemason, you say. And where would you get a stone cutter? That's what you would have gotten. We've gotten that from the stone cutter. Yeah, I mean it is sort of a double-edged sword, if you will. Like, yes, as a tank, there are certain things that you should do so that you're doing your job correctly, right? However, the caveat to that is that, like, that's a lot of emeralds from freaking mending. But also, I don't think Bedrock has, like, variability. Forget. I'ma just do it. So that gets me 16 emeralds. Let's turn this farmer into a librarian. And try to get Unbreaking next. Yeah, they have levels and things, so. Like, this is level 1, this is level 2, etc. He has some kind of level 2 enchant, but I don't know what it is. But I don't think Bedrock has anywhere near as much, like, variancy in cost. I could be completely wrong, and I could have just, gotten an absolutely trash mending trade with 32. I don't remember what my original Mendy boy, like, sold for in my other world. So, but like, density 4, 23 emeralds. And last time density 4 popped up, it was 23 emeralds. So, like, I seem to recall one of the Bedrock YouTubers that I watch mentioning that, like, he was going through a list of, like, this is what's different between Java and Bedrock. And I think I remember him mentioning, like, Java has this weird thing where the villager trades can be, like, the amount of, like, emeralds are, like, randomized. Whereas on Bedrock, the amount that each thing costs is always the same. That's unfortunate. That's Unbreaking 2. And it's just unfortunate because Unbreaking is what I want, but Unbreaking 2 is not what I want. I want me some Unbreaking 3. Oh, that's even more unfortunate because that's Silk Touch. And I would love to get me that. Fire Prot 4. Like, I'm getting some good trades over here, and I'm freaking skipping over them. Okay, Sharpness 1 is garbage. That's just a freaking bookshelf. Another thing that is kind of different in Bedrock here is that 30 for mending. So there is the possibility of getting it for at least a little less. I don't know how much less. It's fine. 32 for mending is what I got, so I'm not gonna go changing it. I'm not gonna get another villager for freaking mending, you know, because I can't change this guy now. So it would do me absolutely no good. Also, you have not yet restonked. Knockback. This axe is gonna break before I get freaking Unbreaking 3. That is not the librarian. I mean, I wasn't wrong. Of course you would do that. You restocked, but now your freaking paper costs ridiculous amounts. I don't have an axe now, so I'm just gonna sit here and do this by hand. Yes, Curse of Vanishing. I definitely want that. That's definitely a good enchant. Yep. I don't know why they even offer that. Like, who would, like, legitimately, who would buy that? I guess if you don't know that you can cycle trades, you might, like, get that and be like, ah, that's unfortunate. And then, like, lock it in anyway because you don't realize that you could just pick the lectern up and replace it. It appears as though it is nighttime. You only sleep at night and during thunderstorms. I didn't think they could change their profession during the night. Apparently they can. Maybe that's a Java thing as well. That they, like, can't change their profession at night. What was it I was saying about optimizing the fun out of the game before? I mean, this is more fun than freaking trying to get the stuff out of the enchanting table. But also, like, that statement, you know, players will optimize the fun out of the game. Like, it's meant to be directed at, you know, game devs. And it's like, you know, you've got to focus on making the game fun, you know? Because players will always find ways to optimize the game, optimize the fun out of the game. And so if you've got a game that, especially if you've got a game that's like, you know, a live service game or an MMO, like, it is, as the game developers, like, your responsibility to ensure that the game continues to be fun even after, you know, years of player optimization. And I can definitely say that, like, FF14 has done that really well. Granted, Final Fantasy XIV has only been around for 10 years now. World of Warcraft has been around for 20. But even at 10 years in World of Warcraft, like, it was already starting to feel bad. You know? I think that was the Mists of Pandaria was out around the 10-year mark. Sharpness 5. Oh my gosh, I'm never gonna see that again if I don't keep it. I say as I'm, you know, breaking the freaking lectern, meaning that it's, you know, going away. Yeah, it has. It really has been. Like, at the beginning of the year, FF14 was doing a 10th anniversary thing. Oh yeah, for sure. You know, whoops, that was not the lectern. You know, like as the game, as game devs, you do have to keep an eye. You know, you have to keep an eye on your own game and like watch what players are doing. You know, it just the you know at this point, 20 years into Breach 4 for 14 emeralds. What the frick? Yeah. It's funny because it's funny that you mentioned that. Because World of Warcraft just released like 2 days ago. They released a new episode of the WoWcast, which is basically they get some of the developers into a room and then they do like a little interview, and the in the video, they're talking about like, yeah, it's the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft and we've got all these like plans and things that we wanted to do. And they're sitting there, like, talking about the game and, like, their plans for the 20th anniversary. And they're commenting, like, yeah, back in the day when I played the game, like, one of the devs was like, because they're bringing back one of, like, the old dungeons, but they're turning it into, like, a raid. And they're like, yeah, we're releasing like these new like versions of some of like the old items, and we're like making it easier to get access to some of the items that people like to farm. And one of the devs is like, yeah, back when I played, I farmed that particular item for months. I'm like, yep. And how long has it been since you last played? Because it definitely hasn't been recently. Granted, I have not played The War Within yet. I own it, but I'm waiting until October to consider renewing my sub for World of Warcraft, because basically, like, October is like the month for me, Like, I've got disability. Well, I have my disability hearing, which, hopefully is where I go into a court and talk to them and say, hey, I'm disabled. Freaking the Social Security Social Services Association, like, says that I don't qualify, but, like, I do qualify, so, like, give me disability. And, the hope is that, I'll go see the judge. The judge will look over my case. And the judge will be like, okay, so you're autistic. That automatically just qualifies you. And then you have all of these other problems on top of that. So, yes, you qualify, so now you get disability. But also, the one person that I have that pretty regularly commissions me for, a story every, couple weeks or so. They haven't commissioned me these last 2 months because they wanted to save up some money because their birthday is in September. So they wanted to save up some money through August and September for their birthday, which makes perfect sense to me. And so they're like, yeah, I'm not gonna commission anything this month, these 2 months. And so now, well, when October rolls around, hopefully they will become available to commission again. And, that's $50 per, commission. So, I mean, it's only $100 a month, but $100 a month is a lot more than $0, Oh my gosh. He just will not give me unbreaking at all. Just straight up is refusing. But you know what? He's decided not to sleep for some reason. So that's fine. I'm just gonna keep going. But yeah, it always boggles my mind when I play games and I'm looking at the game as I'm playing going, okay, clearly the developers are not they don't play their own game, the amount of times I just look at a game and go, there's no way that the development team played this game. They had beta testers and things like that, but there's no way that they played this game and went, this is fun. Meanwhile, Mojang does play their game, and I've commented on it and made a joke about it before, where I'll be like, yeah, they added this thing to freaking Minecraft because one of the devs wanted it. But that's kind of I'm saying it as a joke, but that should be how it is. Things should be getting added to the games, to games as the devs are working on them, because a dev sat down and played it and went, what if we added, because now it's more fun. It's I joked about, in the Caves and Cliffs update, Agnes was like, yeah, we added the lush caverns with all the clay because I kept getting tired of, struggling with getting bricks. I like to build with bricks. I'm like, so it's like, yes, I just, I use that and I joke like, look, they're adding stuff to Minecraft because the devs want it. But like, yeah, like, yes, that should be, you know, like they were playing the game and they realized what was wrong. And they went, let's fix that, Like, I'm sorry, but there is just absolutely no way that the dev team played freaking any of the last 3 expansions in World of Warcraft. Not counting War Within. I don't know anything about that. I do know that they did not play Dragonflight because the dev team actually like commented during Dragonflight's like development. The Blizzard like rehired Chris Metzen, who is basically the creator of Warcraft in general. And he quit Blizzard because he was just tired of dealing with freaking Blizzard's stupidity, basically. And a bunch of when he got rehired, a bunch of the devs were like, it's impossible to work with Chris Metzen. He keeps like making us play and like forcing us to like look at the game in these ways, and like they didn't say like those specific words, but they were basically like, look, it's like impossible to work with Chris Metzen because he is like really strict and keeps making us like redesign stuff. And I'm like, good. They commented that they said one of the things that they like did say was Chris Metzen kept preventing them from just doing whatever they wanted with the game. I'm like, good. Because that's been the problem. Freaking, you've got a bunch of devs, all that each want to do their own freaking thing with the game, and then you have no coherency to the game. So it... Freaking 16 for mending. Are you kidding? Apparently you can get really cheap mending. I need freaking Unbreaking 3. Like, I would have gone through an entire other axe at this point. Just trying to freaking get Unbreaking 3. 38 for men. What the frick? You know, sir, there is a completely empty bed right here that you could sleep in. Like, I see this guy going back and forth between the 2 beds, trying to sleep and not being able to. Like, just look down at your feet, sir. They're supposed to be tied to their beds and only use the beds that, like, they're tied to. And sometimes the AI adheres to that, like this guy is doing. Other times, like, I don't know which freaking villagers are in the wrong beds. But clearly, like, this guy is trying to get to this bed. You know? But it's already got a villager in it. So, like, he's trying to get into that bed, but there's somebody there, and so he can't. Yeah, I don't think there's any level of, like, quality assurance either in Blizzard, you know, games right now. There hasn't been for a good couple of years, if not longer. You know, like 10 years. Freaking... It's hilarious because I posted a video during Dragonflight, because I was streaming Dragonflight, and I was streaming the quests for the final raid, and there is a spot in the raid entrance where you leave the, like, raid area by just walking up in there. But then there's a quest that, like, phases the world so that you can, like, pick up some items that are needed for the quest. Except that you're walking around in the quest area and the items just disappear. Because you leave the, like, zone that it, like, registers as being where the quest is. And I posted it as, like, a video. It's just like half an hour. It's hilarious because it's half an hour long. Of me just, like, walking around the quest area and, like, having the items despawn and then respawn and then despawn and then respawn. Just as I'm walking around. And I titled the video as, "Hey Blizzard, are you okay?" And, like, in the video I'm commenting, like, "Hey, are your devs okay? Like, do your devs need, like, a chance to rest or anything? Because, like, I don't understand how this happens and how nobody catches it." And I legitimately got, like, 5 comments of people hating on me because I was like, "Hey Blizzard, like, do you need to, like, chill? Do you need to, like, relax? Like, do your devs need, like, a rest?" Because I was, like, pointing out this, like, absolutely, like, there's no way that nobody noticed this in testing thing, you know? And it was very clearly, like, this thing is broken for some reason, and, like, it makes no sense. But I got so many people hating, like, legitimately hating on me for that. Because they're like, "You're just dumb. Like, you're just dumb. Like, this is fine. You're just dumb." I'm like, the game is broken. Like, I'm sorry, but the game is broken. The zone is broken. yes, I can complete the quest, but the zone is broken. There's I think another thing that's in that video is there's a barrier that blocks you from entering, like, the raid itself. And you can just walk through it. Like, if you walk into this one spot, and it was very clearly that it was supposed to physically block you, because it does. It completely blocks you from walking through it. Except for, like, one side of it. And you can just walk through that, the side of the freaking wall. It just doesn't exist. There's just no collision there. Like, none. But then mobs they can aggro and go straight through the wall at you. And, like, attack you. And I'm just like, like, what? Like, there's just a wall that doesn't exist in this barrier. Like, what the frick? It's like, hey, like, Blizzard, did you guys test this? Like, is your workforce okay? Like, do you need to rest? Do you need to stop, like, developing for, like, a month? You know, do you need a vacation? You know? Like, it's okay if you need a vacation, because, like, I get it. You know, game development is difficult. You know? Like, are you okay? Are you stressed? And people were, like, legitimately hating. I'm just like, this right here shows how toxic the World of Warcraft community is. Where it's like, I found a literal break in the game. I'm not even, like, saying, like, the game is unplayable now. It's just like, there's literally something broken here that there's no way they wouldn't have caught while testing, you know? And I'm just like, do you need, like, a chance to, like, chill for a bit, you know? Let me see if I can. It's going to involve loading up Firefox, and I know that freaking my CPU is already freaking running nearly at 100% already, but if I load up Firefox, I can go to my videos and find it, because, like, it's I don't know, like, to me, like, I was just having a fun little, like, this is kind of funny how, like, it's like this, but so many people were just, like, hating in the comments section. I was just like, okay, I'm sorry, do you not want your game to be good? Like, this game that you play regularly, do you not want it to be good? I don't understand. Like that's my like statement to like the players. It's like, do you not want it to be good? Like, if you don't want your game to be, the game that you play to be good, like that's fine. Like, I don't know why you would play it if it's terrible. But I mean, some people play terrible games because they're terrible. So, like Aaron from Game Grumps, he doesn't play Sonic games unless they're broken and glitchy because they're just not fun to him otherwise. And I'm just like, okay, sure, whatever, I guess. Whatever interests you, I guess. Do. Window capture. YouTube. There we go. This would be like, hey, so we were assuming that it will play because it's freaking my CPU. This would be like, hey, so we were like, what? Look at that. Like, look at that, right there. Like, you see it right, like that's where it begins. Is right where it's broken, where it breaks. Gone. Like the item is gone now. Like, I'm running over to pick up this item and it just disappears. And then, like, look at this. I'm literally taking 2 steps back and forth. Like, there's a literal divide in the zone there. Blizzard? It's like, what? I reiterate, Blizzard, is your coding team doing okay? Have they forgotten how to program? Have they forgotten how to program? $12 for mending. Look at that. I just love that. I walk back and I walk forward and I walk back and I walk forward. It just disappears. Reappear. Disappear. Like, I wasn't even looking for this bug. It just happened. But, like, that's not even the best part. Because I think... Yes, I do. I show the barrier as well. Are the walk tabs okay? Have they forgotten how to code? I'm typing this into the chat at the moment, apparently. Have they forgotten how to code by chance? Are they too stressed? Like, are they okay? Like, that was gonna be it. You know, I wasn't gonna like even do anything else. You know, like that was it. What? Somebody in the chat says, "What broke now?" I'm doing. Let's see. The quest is big, bright, beautiful barrier. I'm doing big, bright, beautiful barrier and literally watching the shards and mobs fade in and out as I walk around the area. Almost like the phase is in tiny shards. That's right. I forgot that the mobs also disappeared because they were because the mobs are phased. Blizzard, is your team okay? Like, is your team okay? I just want to know if your team is okay. Let me skip ahead a little bit here. Oh, before I do, look into... I don't know how easily visible it is, but look into the background here. Because I happen to look up at this moment as I'm walking around. Wellspring of Life, Furnace Coil. And you just see the mobs all the way back here just fade in, fade out. Fade in, fade out. Fade in, fade out. Fade in, fade out. Every time I, like, the Wellspring of Life is the area that I'm supposed to be in. Okay. But there's just these random shards of Furnace Coil. I understand, like, that this is a phase issue. I do. But... like, this is not a phase issue. Like, this phase issue shouldn't exist. Anyway, I go on and on with this for another, like, 10 minutes before I continue the quest. You know, my game studio is a little indie company. I could see something like this happening in my company. I'm fairly certain my testers wouldn't find it because, especially one of them, as they like to say, they will smash their face into every single wall and it takes me a moment to realize. Like, look at this. I'm just like, I'm just talking like. As they like to say. Like, look at this. I'm just like, yeah, walk through the wall and then just every single wall, and I just stopped talking. Going like, what? Wait a minute. What just happened? Oh my gosh. It's just good. Just walk through the wall. No problem. No problems here. Like what? I'm just like talking like, yeah, my dev team, that's testing my game, like one of them literally, will smash their face into every wall, and like I'm just thinking like, I'll just, smash my face into this wall to kind of demonstrate just because that's how I talk. And then I walk through and then it takes me a moment to realize I'm on the other side. But then I'm just like, what? Does it exist? It does. The barrier does exist on this side. Like, wait. But it exists here. What? Right there, I thought I went through the barrier, but I didn't. It was the mob that came through to me. I'm sorry. I have to figure out where this, like, the border to this barrier is. Cause like I thought I had gone through the barrier, but I hadn't. The mob had come through the barrier to me, and I hadn't realized. Oh my gosh! What? That is Blizzard ever okay? I really question if they've been okay, especially the last like 10 years. Like reliably. And then I couldn't. Just suddenly. Suddenly it worked. But I'm like, here I'm I'm making the comment like, I went through the thing, but then like now all of a sudden I can't do that. 'Cause I didn't realize that the mob had come through to attack me instead of me going through the barrier in that moment. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. But there I was confused because I couldn't get back into the barrier. Oh, there it is. There's the hole. I'm sorry, but what? Apparently there's just no barrier in this corner. Oh my gosh, that's exactly what it is. I love the mobs can walk through it. There I actually realized that the mobs were going through the barrier. Like, the mobs just came through and attacked me. Oh my gosh, this is... What in the... How? Here I'm purposefully pulling them through the barrier. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What is this? I was having a grand old time. Hey Blizzard, are you okay? But now I can walk through it freely. What in the world? How does this work? Why does it work? How does this work? Why does it work? What is going on here? Can't walk to the side, but I can walk to the side all of a sudden. Why? Why is this? What the heck? Oh my god. What the heck? How? Working as intended, coded by professionals. Oh, but now all of a sudden it's solid. Yes, that is the definition of quality assurance. Is checking
Now
for
all
this
of a sudden
stuff.
it's
Like, what the
solid.
frick?
Why?
It's just like, what? Like, how does that happen? Like, how? Whoops. It's not an oversight, it's a feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Right? It's just like I was cry laughing because I was just like, what the heck, dude? Like, I was having such a good time just like watching it be so broken. I'm just like, what the frick? I just like, what the, like, what? Like, this should not like, bugs happen, but stuff like that really should not. You know? Like, that is somebody's job to make sure that that doesn't happen. Like, somebody is getting paid real money, and probably a lot of money, because freaking game dev and testers and all that in a freaking multi-million billion, I don't know if it's million or billion, you know, freaking company, you know, multi large number dollars company, you know. And I'm just like, how? Oh hey, I have hit 400 subscribers on YouTube. How about that? Let's see. Um Sorry, I'm looking at the like different video things. Oh wow. Apparently this video still gets lots of views. Well, lots as in like 10 per day ish. Or at least in terms of, yeah, no, because this is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so, you know, September 7th. So yeah, it is showing it gets lots of views, but the viewer retention is about 10% by the time it reaches a minute in, and then it just goes down from there, which is hilarious to me. It has 36% likes. So that's what, 60 something dislikes. I'm trying to find the amount of likes versus dislikes, but it's just showing me a percentage. Wanted to see the actual like number. Oh, apparently it's got 11 likes and 19 dislikes. Okay. So not as bad as I thought it was. So, but it's only at 36%. Well, this is also like a really old video. But this video has like 1,000 views. So, like there is like 4 or 5 people that have watched it like all the way through. It's just, 4 or 5 people out of 1,000 is not a lot. So let's see. Let me bring this up. Sure, we'll just do that. Well, no, I don't really... That looks terrible. Whee! That zooms it way the frick in. That's not what I want. I want to... I want to show the comments. Because the comments are golden, in my opinion. Especially like this top one here. Like this first one right here. This is not a bug. That's the very first thing they say. This is not a bug. Furnace Coral shows up when the item disappears, but the item shows up in Wellspring of Life. Quest designers set the subzone to be the quest area. You have to be in the zone to do the quest. Note the thought process here is you are walking straight to it. The subzone boundaries aren't and should not be straight. Imagine if subzones were just square tiles. It would be boring and not visually appealing. So I respond, no, but the subzone should match the area. You can see that I'm never leaving the platform for the Wellspring of Life, yet somehow, in tiny spots on the edge of the platform, the zone suddenly changes for no reason. It's like the edge of the zone is like a weird V shape instead of just going along the edge of the platform. My assumption is they just put the wrong mesh into the zone, causing the zone to break despite still being in the area. To which they respond, it does match the area. You're in a green, luscious area. When you step on the fiery, molten spot, it changes subzones. The edges of zones have to be V-shaped because it's defined by coordinates. Imagine them to be pixels. So when you have an angle and have to represent it with pixels, it's going to have a jagged edge. This is not what a nav mesh is used for, because I called it a nav mesh. Apparently that's not the right terminology. Nav meshes are used for navigation. I would personally not use the nav mesh as a boundary because it doesn't interact with other things. So what they're saying is that the Wellspring of Life area, which is like the green foresty portion, like that being the area makes sense. But then the areas outside of that green area, where all of the like red spots were, that I was walking on, and then things were disappearing, those just, even though they're part of the platform, they're part of the area that I'm in, you know, like it's the quest, it's literally the quest area that I'm supposed to be in. And their comment is, that's just not part of the zone, and it doesn't have to be. You're wrong. I'm like, okay, but it shouldn't be designed like the platform is a big, like, circle. They can make the mesh or whatever it, you know, again, I called it nav mesh because I thought that's what it was, but apparently that's not the right term. I'm like, it's a big, like, circular thing. It should just be, the subzone should just be the big circle. I shouldn't step into the fiery parts of that area and then it changes to a completely different zone because it's still the same area. It's just the zone has fire all around it and in various spots because there's fire mobs attacking. That doesn't mean that I step into the freaking furnace coil because I walk on a strip of land that's on fire. You know? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. This person just comments with, "Huh?" in confusion. And then this comment is even more golden, in my opinion. This this one that's down here, apparently, I have it cropped too much. Whoops, hang on. I edited the wrong crop. But this guy at the bottom says, "Get over yourself." In my opinion, some bugs are meant to happen when new comment releases. Like any game of any platform or company. Like, really? Just get over yourself. Like, really? And then I respond like, you also realize this is a comedic thing and not meant to be taken seriously, right? Like, I'm literally laughing and having a good old time. But also, the first isn't a bug that happens. Someone actually applied a completely wrong mesh to the area. But also, no bugs are meant to happen. Bugs do happen, but the devs never purposefully add bugs to the game. Though maybe you meant something along the lines of, some bugs just happen on patch day instead. Either way, again, this isn't meant to be taken seriously. If you were thinking it was, despite the amount of laughing and good time I was having, maybe you're taking things a bit too seriously. To which this guy down here replies with, "You must be fun at parties." Like, like what? Like, you know, and obviously, you know, this is like supposed to be a stab at me, but like, I don't even understand that one. You know, like, I don't even understand that one. Like, what? Okay. It's just like, no. Get over yourselves. Bugs are meant to happen. Like, what? What kind of comment is that? You know? Again, you know, like, it's, you know, it's like, you know, I do say, like, you know, perhaps you meant, you know, some bugs just happen on patch day. They weren't calling you out, hence the bro. I don't know. Oh, they were calling out the other guy? Okay. That I didn't realize. I thought they were calling out the I thought that was to me, not to the other guy. So I'm just like, I'm so confused by these, but like these comments. It's like, get over yourself. Bugs are meant to happen. Like, okay. Like, I maybe it's because in my, teenage years, I had a friend that was big into, proper grammar. And also, my mom was an English teacher for years. So, also proper grammar from that. But it's just, when I see something like that, where people are, like, very clearly saying something completely wrong, and, like, I understand what they're trying to say, but clearly it's like the grammar isn't there. But also very clearly it's not somebody who just had bad, grammar, right? It's not like somebody, English is my third language type person. So I'm just like, what? It's still one of my favorite videos just because, one, again, the whole zone is just like that. That entire area is like that. But, like, also the barrier being broken like that is just like, what the frick, dude? Did nobody try to walk through things only to find that, they could walk through things? Because that's kind of the definition of, like, game tester, is try to break the game, see what happens. If game breaks, then is broken, need to fix. Like, that's kind of the whole, like, idea. Okay, I picked up your composters, and you haven't lost your jobs. But you also don't have your jobs. There we go. You also weren't, like, connected to their jobs. So I was very confused. I want to get somebody that'll do carrots, so that I can get more, like, emeralds. Potatoes are fine as well, but I've already got a potato dude. So if I can get this guy, like, there's 4 options: wheat, carrot, potato, beetroot. Don't make me cycle you like 30 times to get carrot. Like, it's not like I'm trying to cycle you and there's like a million in chance. I'm trying to cycle you between 4 things. This should not be this hard to get you to cycle between those 4 things. Beetroot. Like, he's only cycling between 3 things. There it is. There's the carrots. Easy mode. Eventually, anyway. Eventually it becomes easy mode. So 29 emeralds now. So now I need to still get unbreaking from this row. Hey, Brosif. Aqua Affinity. was going to use that video to keep cycling, but then I got too interested in watching and laughing at it. Like, I was having a great old time with that being broken. I thought that was hilarious. But also, like, again, you know, there's a difference between small indie game, you know, company that is working in a pre-programmed game, you know, game engine and has like 2 people doing beta testing. Well, not beta testing, but 2 people doing quality assurance versus a freaking company of hundreds of devs with probably 10 to 20 people doing quality assurance easily, if not more. Like, it's like you have to hold like companies like that to a standard, you know? And when you don't do that, went from Minecraft to shit on Blizzard stream. Yeah, it really did. It really did. But it's because it's so easy to. Like, it's because it's so easy to. Man. Like I don't mean to, like, actually be mean to anybody, but it's so easy to just shit on Blizzard because they've just been such a bad company for the last 10 years, if not more. I mean, I don't exactly know. You know, a lot of people thought Mists of Pandaria was like the best expansion ever. And it was Mists of Pandaria that turned Final Fantasy XIV into what it is today. You know? Right? They'll keep paying money for expansions and subs no matter what. Yeah. Well, it's like nobody actually plays the quests anymore. You know? Like, nobody actually plays through the story and through the quests anymore. They'll sit there all day and complain about the story, but, like, they didn't actually play it or read the quest dialogue. Whoops. Well, Sureen, how could they complain about the story if they didn't actually pay attention to the story? Because it's just become so normal. Like, to me, it's become so normal since Mists of Pandaria. For other people, it's become so normal since Warlords of Draenor. Warlords of Draenor wasn't even that bad of an expansion. People just hated it for whatever reason. Like, the story wasn't really that bad. Like, the time travel shenanigans were kind of weird and obnoxious. But, like, it wasn't really that bad. The story, for what it was actually pretty interesting. In fact, I would even go as far as to say the bad parts of the story didn't happen until people started complaining about the story. Like, legitimately, like, people started complaining about the story and things after the first, like, major patch. And after that, after the initial, like, patch went out, that was when Blizzard was like, oh, people hate Warlords of Draenor, so let's just skip the entire freaking expansion story and move on to the next expansion. And so they skipped like 3 patches and went straight to the final patch of the game. Well, of the expansion. I'm like, that's what happens when you don't freaking stick to it, you know? Like there has been a lot of complaining about Dawn Trail. I really don't get it. It again, to me, Warlord, it was with World of Warcraft. To me, Mists of Pandaria was the bad one, and Warlords of Draenor was just fine. But most people would say that Mists of Pandaria was like the best, and then Warlords of Draenor was terrible. To me, like, Dawn Trail was just as good as like Stormblood and Heavensward were. And I'm definitely interested in seeing like where they go with the story, you know, and like what the remaining, 5 patches are. But I had no real issues with the plot line, Like, the idea was Wuk-Lamat, and a lot of the complaints are about Wuk-Lamat. But to me, like, that was the whole point of the expansion, was it was Wuk-Lamat's growth. And, like, learning things. And, like, discovering things. And that's what people disliked about it, is that the entire expansion, you're just following Wuk-Lamat around as she just, like, discovers stuff. It's like, yes, that's the point. Like, it's a story about learning about, like, culture. That's literally the point of the expansion. And that's cool. Getting to learn. Maybe it's just because I like learning about, like, cultures and stuff, Like, the game that I'm making is about Celtic culture because I didn't know anything about Celtic culture. I learned about Celtic culture, and then I discovered that it's actually really freaking cool, And so it's like, I want to make a game about that culture because I think it's really freaking cool. And when I played through Dawn Trail, I enjoyed sitting down and learning about the different people, learning about, each of their different lives and where, what they liked, what they disliked, what they believed in, Like, we were building a kingdom, Like, the whole point of Dawn Trail was that Wuk-Lamat was learning about her people so that she could become the new ruler. You know? Like, that's the whole point. But, like, that's what people disliked about it. I'm like, okay, well, whatever, I guess. And then I had a great time in Arcadian. I thought that worked out great. And yes, I've only done, 3 of the 5? Or maybe only 2 of the 5 role quests. Which, speaking of the role quests, I do have every role to level 100. So, probably the next time I do FF14 stream, we can go through all 3 of the remaining quests. We can do healer, we can do tank, and we can do, healer, tank, and range DPS. Those are the 3 that we have left. That's right. Because I wanted to do range DPS and black mage in the same stream, but that particular day I was like dealing with ridiculous sinus problems, and so I just decided to stop after the freaking mage quest line. I keep calling it the black mage quest line because I did it as black mage, but it's technically just the mage role quest, caster, whatever you want to call it. You know, magic range DPS, as Squeenix calls it. Squeenix, for those not familiar with the term, is what people like to call Square Enix. Like in Final Fantasy XIV, they'll say Squeenix. They either just say SE or they say Squeenix because they don't feel like typing out the whole name. Like, I use SE most of the time. But vocally, like, I would usually just say Square Enix. But that one time, I felt like saying Squeenix, just because, I don't know, I thought it was funny. Oh my gosh, will you just give me Unbreaking already? I'm so freaking done with this. Been doing this for an hour. Sharpness 4. It has literally been an hour that I've been doing this, by the way. We started doing this at almost 12. It is now 1:10, or close to. It was a little after 12, I think, that I started just cycling these trades. He just does not want to give Unbreaking. Bane of Arthropods. I know that they can give Unbreaking 3. I've gotten it before. On, like, the main enchant. Bane of Arthropods 5. Probably one of the most useless enchants in the game. Villager things. At least I assume that was meant to be things and not tings. If it was meant to be tings, I don't know what tings means. Aqua Affinity. Like, if I wasn't going specifically for Unbreaking, like, if I wasn't in such desperate need specifically for Unbreaking, I would have gotten, like, 4 different trade. Like, I would have had this guy locked in at, like, 5 other trades by now. Like, Aqua Affinity is great. Respiration 3 is great. I had freaking Sharpness 5 earlier. And I told you I wasn't going to see that again. And I have not seen Sharpness 5 show up at all since then. Seen Respiration 3 show up like 6 times now. Bookshelf. I have just all of a sudden I have this weird, like, sharp pain in my lower jaw. And I don't know why. But, like, all the way at, like, the bottom. It's not, like, related to any teeth or anything. It's just, like, all of a sudden, like, this super sharp pain all the way at the very bottom of my jaw. I don't know why. Just out of nowhere. Sharpness 4 for 56 emeralds. That is so expensive. I'm glad that, like, doing this doesn't count as, like, food hunger. Because, like, I haven't actually... I'm breaking 2. I haven't, like, needed to eat in the equivalent of, like, 3 days Minecraft time. Power 4. Yeah, I feel like even a diamond axe would have broken by now with how much I've replaced this freaking thing. I mean, maybe not. It does, like, a diamond axe has, like, 1,000 and some odd uses. I don't know that I've broken it, like, 1,000 times, but I've definitely broken it, like, 300 times. Like, easily. Power 4. Well, I know that it's been at least 3 full days in-game, because I've watched these guys go to bed at least 3 times, maybe 4 or 5. And every time they go to bed, that means that, you know, it's a... Well, every time they wake up, you know, it's a new day. And I know I've seen them all, like, jump into bed many times now. Where the freaking... Like, would you stop, like, running around the entire freaking building? And just, like, stand here? Spend a full week. Yeah, I mean, that's what it feels like it's gonna end up happening. And I'm gonna spend, like, an entire in-game week just on cycling for Unbreaking. Like, I don't usually, like, want to, you know, cheat or anything, but, like, this is getting ridiculous. I am legitimately tempted to give myself like a diamond axe just to speed this up. Because, like, the other problem is that obviously it takes a long freaking time to break the freaking lectern without an axe. And I'm, like, legitimately tempted to give myself a diamond axe just to make this go faster. And so that I'm not, like, wasting resources, you know? Sharpness 1. Bookshelf. It would also help if I could, like, lock this guy in place. Oak fence. Get out of the corner, please. I put that there. This guy will go over to it. And then I'll push him into the corner and lock him in. Projectile prot. Frostwalker. Bookshelf. Unbreaking 1. Bookshelf. Bookshelf. Seriously, it's not this hard to give me the enchant that I want. Projectile prot. Again. I have seen every enchant multiple times. And yet, never once has there been unbreaking. Silk touch for 6 emeralds. Oh my god. Are you kidding me with that? You know what? You're being extremely uncooperative. So I will take your silk touch. You can go over there. And then you, who was my farmer, can come over here into the corner. And you can give me Unbreaking 3. And now I have Silk Touch. And now how long will this villager make me cycle him for? Before he gives me what I want. I just could not pass up Silk Touch for 6 emeralds. Like, I really couldn't. Silk Touch for 6 emeralds is just ridiculously good. Only another week, right? Smite 5! Normally I would accept that trade. Sharpness 4. Mending for 22 emeralds. God, if I had known that I could get lower, I would have continued to cycle that guy. I thought 32 was just all it was. Because I just remembered, you know, the YouTuber that I mentioned saying, like, there isn't, you know, like, it doesn't, like, do that, really. But I guess he was wrong. Multi-shot twice in a row, by the way. Fire aspect. Lure. Bookshelf. Seriously. What I wouldn't give for easy villagers right now. Or at least trade cycling. I don't care if it's 31 freaking emeralds. I'm taking it. I'm not cycling that any more than I have to. Like, I don't care. I really don't. Freaking Unbreaking 3, 31 emeralds, I don't care. I will take it. I just spent the last hour cycling that guy over and over again. I don't care. I legitimately do not care. That was ridiculous. Ooh, I have more emeralds in here. How about that? I didn't even notice that. Do I have any more? Or probably not. Nope. Okay. Let's get some trades. Actually, before we do that, before we, like, harvest everything here, I have 10 emeralds, or 10 diamonds, and while I'm obviously going to make a diamond diamond pickaxe, there is one thing I can make that would be very, very helpful right about now. Maybe I can't, because I don't think I have melon seeds. I don't have any melon seeds. Where would one even find melons normally? Aren't those in like jungles? I think those are only in jungle biomes. Where do you suppose I might find a jungle biome? Nowhere nearby. Okay. Nowhere nearby. Negative 300 by 1,100. That's not happening. Not just to get freaking melon seeds. Eventually I'll make my way out there. But I'm not going to go all that way right now. But I have far more important things to do. Such as harvesting all carrots and potatoes. Although, I guess, you know, I got rid of one of the farmers, didn't I? So I only have carrots. So harvesting the potatoes does me no good in the way of getting emeralds. It's only the carrots. The melons. I think they can generate in like jungle villages, but I don't think they generate like in just any village. Whoops, that's the carrot chest. This is the potato chest. That's what I want. I want potato chest. But yeah, I think they can generate in like certain village types, but not just in villages in general. So yeah, I think they can spawn in like woodland mansions, but those are usually out at like 10,000 blocks. Because they wanted to make those like rare and make people go out and explore. Except that they're like way the frick out there. Yeah. I'll find some eventually. Like maybe the wandering trader will sell me seeds at some point. Having only just recently started being able to even get emeralds, I haven't even like been paying attention to his like trades until just kind of now, really. Yeah, so the woodland mansion is supposed to generate outwards of like 10,000 blocks. However, there is a minor like bug in the code where under certain circumstances they can generate closer. With, you know, what is it, like 20 billion possible seeds. They obviously, you know, can't test everything. But yes, there is every once in a while a woodland mansion can spawn closer due to a it's a structure spawning error. I don't know the specifics of it, but from what I've heard, and, you know, take this with a grain of salt because, again, I don't know how correct this is. Under certain circumstances, a structure will attempt to spawn. Like, the game will say, like, a structure is supposed to be here. But then most structures only spawn in, like, specific biomes. And what you'll get is either it'll say, like, oh, a structure is supposed to be here. And then it'll realize, like, this is a dark oak forest. And then it'll spawn a woodland mansion despite the other code saying that it shouldn't. Or you will get an error where it determines that a structure is meant to spawn, but then no structure meets the criteria for spawning, and something in that causes it to, like, default to the woodland mansion. And you can see it sometimes in Bedrock where, hey, melon seeds. I'll grab 2 of these. We were literally just talking about needing melon seeds. I'll grab 2. 1 for planting and then 1 for my hoe. So, let's see. So I need seeds, I need carrot, I need melon seed, I need potato, I need beetroot seed, Yeah, it's just as soon as I saw the wandering trader, I was like, "Ooh, maybe he'll have what I'm looking for," and he did. So I was glad that I saw him before it was too late. I need pumpkin seeds. I need cocoa beans. Where are my pumpkin seeds? Did I leave those back at the other house? No, I did not. They are right here. Okay, so the only thing that I don't have is a diamond hoe. I literally have everything else in my inventory. Also, I totally forgot that I bought a mangrove propagule. I don't know how I already forgot that I did that, but apparently I did. Wheat. I don't have wheat. I need 1 wheat. I guess it's wheat and not wheat seeds. So I will grab the wheat instead. Odd that it's wheat, but then it's not, like melon. Oh, I need both wheat and wheat seeds. Ow. I completely missed that. Okay, well, I mean, it's not hard to just go back and pick up a seed again. I thought the recipe needed wheat seeds. It's both wheat and wheat seeds. Yay, harvester hoe! What does harvester hoe do? It auto harvests and replants. So yeah, this is what I was like, let me make, because I was going to make the harvester hoe. And then I couldn't. But then I could, so then I did. And the nice thing about the world utility stuff is they don't have durability. Like, you can turn on durability, but the default is no durability. And honestly, like, I would just prefer that durability not exist at all. So I am okay with not having durability on the special modded tools. And I don't need the beetroot seeds or the regular seeds now. So I will dump both of those. I do have the mangrove propagule. So I will plant it right there. I don't think it needs to be in the water in order to grow. It just can be in the water. Yeah, I think that would be good too. Like wood and stone. It's like okay, you know, durability makes sense here. But then you get up into like iron, especially with iron being difficult to, you know, obtain to begin with. Like, I often find myself being like, I wish that I didn't have to freaking do this, you know. Like, I suppose I wouldn't be upset if iron had more durability, but wood tools have like 50, and then stone tools get like 100, and then iron tools get 150. But then you go up to freaking diamond and it's like, boom, 1,000 and like 500. It's like, maybe like triple the durability of iron. Like, I would be okay with iron tools having durability if they had, like, 500 or, like, 800 durability. But they only have, like, 100 and some odd, you know? And it's like, it's durability is one of those things that honestly I would point at and say, like, this just creates artificial difficulty. You're not making the game harder, you're just making the game more monotonous. You know? And more monotonous is not more difficult. Whoop, nope, you are not the dude with the unbreaking. Give me unbreaking. Whew, okay. We now have unbreaky. Also, I gave myself that axe, so I'm not going to keep holding on to it. That said, the sudden realization that I need an anvil just struck me. I mean, I can get an anvil. I just need an anvil. Ads are popping up way too much. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Freaking Twitch keeps changing how ads work. So they're supposed to be set at once every half an hour. Whether that's what they're actually running at, I have no idea. Ads just crashed at Twitch. Rip. Rippity-doo-dah. I need some organization. I really do. Well, there's one block of iron. Freaking 3 blocks of iron over here. And then we'll grab 1, 2, 3 emeralds. And we'll grab 1, 2 sticks. And we'll make diamond pickaxe. And then block of iron. And then I just need 5 more ingots. Now I just need 4 more ingots. I feel like the more active you are, the more you get. Unfortunately, I honestly have no idea. Mendy up. Unbreaky. Ta-da! We did it, folks. We freaking Mendy unbreakied our diamond pickaxe. Woo! And then I have a sharpness 2 book. I'm also thinking, like, this thing also requires an entire diamond pickaxe. A freaking vein miner. So I don't know if I really want to make it right now or not. Then there's a multi-block pickaxe, which requires 3 diamonds. 3 diamond pickaxes. That's so many diamonds, dude. Recover your items upon death? Now you can. Check your chat box for your death coordinates. Navigate your way back to them. Find all your items stored for you to collect. This function will be disabled by default, but can be enabled in the controller. Cool. So it's like a grave then. A death waypoint. That's really cool, actually. Hold this lantern and a light will be emitted around you. Oh. This is a freaking, like, dynamic lighting, then. Glass, torch, wooden plank. Cool. It's fine, though. I actually kind of prefer not to have dynamic lighting. Yeah, well, I don't want to put Silk Touch on the pickaxe. I want to put the Silk Touch on an axe. But I don't need to do that right now either. So, because the Silk Touch is just good for, like, grabbing, like, leaves and, like, melons. And I don't even have melons growing yet, so. Give me just one split second. Of course, my freaking bed is covered in crap. I have to deal with that later. Boop. There we go. Oh, I have a notification on Discord. Nice. Okay. Sorry. One, I needed a drink, and 2, it's freaking almost 2 in the morning, and I still hadn't turned off the freaking house light. So, I needed to turn that off. Sorry. Always feel like I have to like clear my throat after I haven't like drank anything in a while, and then I do drink something, and I'm like I gotta clear it, you know. X, and then a shovel wouldn't be terrible, but I don't know if I want to go making that right now. I fell asleep kind of early because of yesterday's stream. That is kind of funny, actually. I don't need my home thing right now, but now I can go use up this this iron pick. Excuse me, and we'll be good. I was gonna say I should still have a regular host somewhere. Kind of. I wanted to plant the pumpkins and the melons, but I think I'm alright for now. I think I'll just hold off on those. That said, all of these chests are full. Literally all of these chests are full. And I'm out of chests. So I'm gonna make another chest. Oh, not because of just during? Okay. Woke up and you saw you missed the end. Yeah, I mean, that happens, you know? I don't have any issues if, you know, people fall asleep or anything. You know, it's not that big of a deal to me. So, back to the old base. Because as I, you know, put the thing away, I realized that the old base is where I needed to go for that iron vein that I wanted to hit, you know? May not necessarily need it as heavily now, but even so, like, if I could find more diamonds, that'd be great, you know? So in my opinion, going down there and getting more, you know, hitting the thing, the iron vein there is a good thing. Because who knows, I might find more diamonds while I'm digging. Digging. I don't need copper necessarily, but I'll take it anyway. Oh, frick. There's literally a hole there. I don't think this was the way. Okay. I didn't think it was, but it is the way, because this is the place right here. With the iron vein. I mean, not right here. This is just, there's just iron here. That's not part of the iron vein. Didn't actually bring any torches with me. I just realized this. So I'm going to add a home of ye old iron vein. And then I'm going to go back to the colony. Because freaking it's several hundred blocks to get in between each one, so I am much happier to do a quick teleport than to run all that way, find out I don't have torches, then run all the way back. Like, frick that. Some people may enjoy that. I don't. So, where's my freaking coal? Here it is. Coal. Let me just grab a bunch of torches. Wood. Is jungle wood the only thing I have left? I think it might be. That's gonna give me, well, it gave me 64 sticks. So I'll just make 4 stacks of torches. That's fine by me. Alright. Ye old iron vein. And I probably should have actually set it to ye old iron vein, you know, instead of just here. But it's fine. Before we actually go any further into ye old iron vein, though, I think I want to do a little bit of mining on ye old obsidian over here. Here's a fun fact. In you know, in the real world, signs that said ye old something was because there actually used to be a letter. It's generally referred to as thorn, I believe, nowadays. But it looked very similar to the Y. And, like, it's expensive to, like, make, you know, like, stuff to, like, print, you know, letters and things on. And, like, molds that, like, can be used to, like, create the letters themselves. And so what a lot of people did was they just used the Y mold, I guess. Yes, this is the portal that I had 0 hearts on. But they would just use the Y instead of trying to, like, make the thorn symbol, basically. And so while it is true that signs did essentially say ye old, technically they didn't. They were just meant to say the old or the whatever. But nowadays we look at that without knowledge of, you know, without a lot of people even knowing about that. And they just see YE, and so it's like, oh, it's ye. But actually, no. It was that it wasn't even like pronounced as ye back then. It was just people would look at that and just know that it was meant to be the. It's like how some people will be like ye olde, but no, freaking OLDE was just how the word old was spelled back then. So, whoops. I might have laid down too much stuff. Cool. At some point, I'll probably come back here and collect, like, the bricks and stuff, especially the ones I just put in there. But otherwise, there do be some obsidian. We can now go... Yeah, I got 10 obsidian, so we can actually go to the nether now if we wanted. I'm not going to right now. But we now have enough for another portal. There's nothing in the nether that I immediately need, so I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. But I definitely will come down here back to ye old iron vein. But yes, the symbol, the symbol that people would, people call thorn now, was a symbol that was the sound for TH, or rather that we would make with, TH. It was known as thorn. And eventually, because of people using, Y instead of, shelling out the money for thorn, it just kind of became the norm, ye instead of thee. It just kind of became the norm. Hi, kitty cat. You're such a cute kitty cat. Okay, bye-bye. That was a very short trip. She literally came up, got into my face. I pet her for a moment, and then she left. If you're wanting food, you have literally an entire bowl full of food right there. Like, it's literally full. I'm gonna get me a peanut butter cookie. I think they have peanut butter M&Ms in them too. Oh, hi again. He just came back up. No, you don't need to bite at me. Remember when I was excited that we had found a slime chunk? And now we just have a slime trial chamber. And so needing slime chunks is useless. Right? It was quite a day. Ow, cat. Seriously. I don't mind her being playful and like play biting me. But when she freaking digs her teeth into my freaking arm, it hurts. When she play bites, or at least when it used to be out that when she play bit, like she didn't bite hard. But somewhere along the line, she has decided that she will bite, and she will bite hard now. And it hurts, you know? Getting bit. Oh! Well then! What have we here? It's an amethyst geode, if you hadn't guessed. Aw, yeah. Look at them shiny gems. Honestly, amethyst being in Minecraft kind of makes me upset. Because amethyst has always been like in like fantasy stuff, right? Like amethyst is always this like magical thing that does like cool magical stuff. And then in Minecraft, it's just a block. You know? It's like this was the perfect chance to like add something cool and like magical. What are you doing, kitty cat? Seriously. Ow! Ow, ow, ow. Stop it. Yeah. Like, I don't have any issues with them adding decorative blocks, just to add decorative blocks. You know? It's that they made it this convoluted thing with the geodes, where you can't move the spawner blocks. And it's like, okay, so aside from decoration, like, what is the purpose of me constantly coming back here for more amethyst? It's like, there isn't any. Like, then let me move the freaking spawner blocks, you know? Especially since they can't freaking... Like, they don't grow if it's not chunk loaded. Like, you haven't added a way to chunk load. So if the chunk isn't loaded, then I can't get amethyst. Oops. Ads crashed Twitch again. Are you like watching on your phone, I assume? As opposed to like a PC or something? And like using a browser? That makes sense then. Yeah, I can't run Twitch on my phone at all. It takes too many resources. My phone is too low tech. My phone was already considered low tech when I bought it. That was, 5 years ago, maybe even 6. Like, it wouldn't have even ran, like, initial Genshin, you know? You're in bed, so you don't want to lug your whole PC over. That's understandable. And at least, you're in bed. So if you fall asleep, like, it's not a big deal. It's not like, you're sitting at a freaking desk and then you fall asleep. And then you wake up later and you're like, oh my god, I'm in so much pain because you fell asleep in an awkward position. Or like, you fell asleep and ended up in an awkward position, I should say. Like, while you were sleeping, You're in bed, so like, you're nice and comfortable. And so, like, if you just fall asleep, like, you're basically just falling asleep like you would normally. That's my problem. Like, I have just been so randomly tired lately. And I'll, like, put on a video or something on my second monitor. And I'll just be sitting there watching it. and then the next thing I know, the video's over, and I'm like waking up. Ah! I broke it! Like, if they're gonna make it so that you can't, like, move these, they need to make these difficult to break. Right now, they're just as easy to break as regular amethyst blocks, and, like, I think I just broke another one right there. So it's just like, I'm just mining along, and then poop, oops, I freaking broke the thing. You know? I don't know, maybe I'll look into, like, there are, like, glitches for, like, obtaining, you know, stuff that is unobtainable. And maybe I'll look into, you know, some of those at some point and see if I can't obtain some otherwise unobtainable blocks, such as the amethyst, the budding amethyst. Or, you know, maybe I'll just not glitch, and instead I'll just freaking go in and use creative mode, and then I'll just pretend that I did the glitch. I'll be like, oh yeah, I got this unobtainable thing through using the glitch, you know? You did not play there, cat. This is where the iron vein was, right? Like, didn't I go down into the iron vein and mine a bunch? Oh no, I came over here and mined a bunch. I like went in like from the side, not from the direct. That's why I was confused. Because this is where I was actually mining the iron vein at. No. Nope, you can't even silk touch them. Can't silk touch them, can't move them with pistons, nothing. Yeah, it kind of really sucks. And nobody likes it, but Mojang just were like, nah, that's just what we're doing. Like, that's the whole purpose of the geode, is for you to, like, find the geode and then, you know, keep coming back to it after that. And it's like, that would be perfectly fine if, you know, I could come back to it and it freaking would have done stuff. But it doesn't do anything if it's not chunk loaded. And so, like, if I'm... Yeah, the whole idea was like, yeah, we want you to, like, make a minecart system, you know? To, like, travel across the world and, like, explore. And it's like, that would be great if your game allowed us to do that. Problem is that you refuse to allow the game to do that. In fact, they've removed a lot of the Minecraft, the minecart, like, accessibility stuff. When they made the switch over to Bedrock version. Because one of the things that 4J Studios did with the console edition was they made minecarts like 3 times their normal speed. Because, you know, minecarts are slow as frick. And when Mojang decided, oh, we're gonna, you know, make the Bedrock edition, they took the console edition and, like, removed a bunch of features. Just because they could. Because they were like, nah, we're doing it. We're making this now. And we feel like that's not how we want it to be. Even though it's a good idea. So we're just going to remove that feature. And like a bunch of stuff from the console editions, which is what the freaking the Bedrock edition was built off of, mind. Like the whole Bedrock edition, like, started with the console edition. You know? So, like, it was built off of the console edition. But they were like, nah, let's remove this. And when asked, they were like, well, it wasn't something that phones can do. And it's just like, oh my god, really? Because my phone can't freaking run that one feature? You have to remove it from everything? Oh my gosh. Freaking when Blizzard did that, it was like we're gonna release Diablo Immortal for mobile. And everybody just went quiet. We're like, what? And he's just like, what? Don't you all have phones? It's like, is there gonna be somebody asked, like, is there gonna be a PC port? And he was like, don't you have a phone? I was like, yes, but that's not the point. Like, I do get it. Don't get me wrong. A lot of gaming nowadays is on mobile, and I have no issues with that. I do think it's weird, like, that you would use your phone to play games, but I get it. Everybody has a phone nowadays, and if their phone can do everything that a computer can, then they don't have to spend the extra money on a PC. You know, I do get it. You know, phones have become computers. They're not really even phones anymore. Like, when was the last time you actually used your phone as a phone, you know? I mean, today for me, but that's only because I had to call my doctor. Get this. I had to call my doctor today so that I could ask them how to use a thing that they want me to use. Like, I have a video, like, appointment with a doctor that's all the way down in Gastonia, which is like 2 hours away, basically. So it's like a huge trip. And so it's like, okay, you know, well, how do I do this video thing? So here I am, like, you know, expecting to be told, like, you know, go on your PC and download these things and yada yada. They tell me, first, go onto your phone and download an app. I'm like, okay, you know, that they want me to download, like, this one specific, like, app for, that they use for, like, tracking my medical stuff. That's fine. And then they're like, once you get into that, then follow the link there, and it will open up Zoom on your phone. And then you input this information, and then from there, you know, get into the call. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I had to call my doctor on my phone. Like, the only reason I have used my phone as a phone is so that I could call them to find out an app for my phone that I needed to download so that I can freaking see the doctor. Cat? Hang on. Cat is freaking playing with electric cords. Come on. Get out from under there. Come on. Come on. Don't play with electric cords. Play with your freaking toys. Let me guess. You took all of your toys into the bedroom, and so now you have no toys out here. I bet you that's it, isn't it? So you have none of your toys that you like to play with. So instead of playing with the toys that you like, you're just being a nuisance. You took all your toys into the bedroom, and of course the bedroom's closed now because it's freaking 2:30 in the morning. Ay, ay, ay. This cat. Seriously. This cat loves to play. But she also loves to get all of her freaking toys lost. Immortal, Diablo 4 and Immortal both suck. I haven't played either of them. After Diablo 3 was so bad, like, that was it for me. Like, I'll go back and play 2 every once in a while. I haven't in quite some time. I think this is just tough. Like, I'll go back and play 2 every once in a while, but freaking at this point, I'm not gonna, like, even, like, think about any more of the Diablo games. When they announced Diablo 3, I was like, how? Like, Diablo 1, I understood, you know, that them going from 1 to 2. Because in Diablo 1, you freaking stab Diablo with the freaking soul gem, which he, like, then uses to become more powerful in freaking 2. Like, that makes sense. That I can work with. In Diablo 2, we not only kill Diablo, but we smash the soul gem, you know? Like, he is dead. Dead, 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 dead. D-E-D, dead. So I'm like, what are they going to do for Diablo 3? You know, if Diablo is dead. Apparently Diablo's not even in Diablo 3. I don't know. I never, like, beat it. I think I played a little bit of it and went, this sucks. And then stopped playing. But as far as I'm aware, Diablo's not even in Diablo 3, which it's like, if Diablo's not even in it, then why is it freaking called Diablo? Well, because it's a continuation of the series. Well, maybe you need to figure out a new freaking series name then. And I guess Diablo 4 has some, like, lady as the villain. Diamonds! Yeah. Yep. A whopping, what, 3 diamonds was it? Or 2? 2 or 3? 3. That said, I have been mining this freaking iron vein for like half an hour now. And my inventory is getting full of iron and tough. So I might have to return to our base. But that's fine also because, like, you know, 1, we got a couple more diamonds. And 2, like, we've gotten a really good amount of iron out of this, you know? We've got, what, almost 3 stacks of iron? I think we even might have 3 stacks once I break up the blocks of raw iron. So, like, we're pretty good on iron at the moment. No one plays Diablo 3 for the story. Diablo 3 is just a limited ARG that only has so much in the way of gear building. That's understandable. I mean, It would be like if they tried to make a Warcraft 4. Like, after all this time. Like, not only do they have World of Warcraft, and so a Warcraft 4 makes no sense, but like, what story would they even tell for a Warcraft 4, you know? Freaking, there is no Warcraft 4 storyline. Like, any story they want to tell is just World of Warcraft. So it's like, what would you even do? And it sucks because I've seen that happen with other, what's the term for those? Not turn-based. But like strategy, RPG, there's a term for that. And I know it, but I can't think of it right now. But like, I've seen others of that like genre. In fact, there's a really good one called Warlord's Battlecry. It was kind of my introduction to the RTS, real-time strategy. That's the term I'm looking for. I think it's strategy something. Real-time strategy. RTS. That's the term I was looking for. But yeah, Warlord's Battlecry was an RTS. It was kind of the first RTS I had ever played. I might have nostalgia for it. It might not be anywhere near as good as I think it is. I say that because I don't personally know. It could be good, it could be terrible. But I can't immediately say and like know for sure that I have no nostalgia. But Warlord's Battlecry was an RTS that had this really incredible, like, fun story. And there was even this, like, point in the story where you, like, had to choose between, like, being the villain or being, like, the good guy. You know? At one point in the game, you have to make a choice of whether you go down the path of light or the path of darkness. And if you go down the path of light, you save the world and defeat the big bad villains and, you know, stop the calamity. If you go down the path of darkness, then you become the big bad evil dude and you cause the calamity. Which is, you know, hilarious just entirely because the entire start of the game is you learning about the calamity, like this prophecy about a calamity that's to come. And it's like, oh, so there's this, like, big calamity that's going to, like, happen. And so you, like, start working against it. But then your allies become absolute dickheads. And, like, kill a couple of people that you're, like, super close to. Like, legitimately kill them. And like that's what causes you to have to choose between the light and dark is, do you go down the path of light where you stop the calamity but you continue to work with these people that are like legitimately like evil and like racist towards elves, you know, towards elves specifically, but still, like, do you continue to work with these terrible people that are like killing your non-human allies just because they're freaking racist and just hate well, they hate elves and they kill one of your like closest allies who is an elf, and it's like, great, so do I continue to work with them because we have to stop the calamity, or do you get revenge for the ally that they killed, you know? And if you decide to seek revenge, you become the calamity that was foretold. Down. I know, you're all hyper. I'm fully aware, Cat. And, like, I don't know, I just really enjoyed it. Again, it's entirely possible that I have, like, strong nostalgia for it, because it's a very old game that was from my childhood. But I also know that it might not be, because I have gone back to some of the games from my childhood, and I've been like, this sucks. But I still enjoy Warlord's Battlecry. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know if it's good, or if like, it's good enough that it doesn't suck or something, and therefore my brain's like, oh yeah, this is a great game. I love everything about it, you know? I don't know why I like had a weird accent there. I was like, oh yeah! But I don't know, it was a really fun game. It was a really fun story. And then, like, Warlord's Battlecry 2 came out, and they were like, story? Nah, you know? Your inner Minnesotan was showing. As long as it releases happy chemicals in the brain, that's all that matters. Yeah, that's true. You know, it doesn't matter if I enjoy it because of nostalgia. It just matters if I enjoy it. So, I can see that. But it's just like, you know, you can choose between work with the people and then try to prevent the calamity, or go down the path of revenge and inevitably cause the calamity. And it's like, if you go down the path of light, it starts off with you being like, you know, I really hated them. I really didn't want to continue to work with them. But even though they are, racist to elves, and even though they killed what it was essentially by that point in the game your girlfriend, it was very clear that the point was that you were supposed to ship them together by that point. Like the main character and the elf. Your character is basically like, I decided to continue to work with them for the better of the world, to prevent the calamity. And then you end up getting revenge in the end anyway. You go down the path of light to, to save the world, and you end up uncovering that, yes, the good guys that you've been helping were absolute dickheads. It turns out that they were worse than you thought they were, because yes, they were racist to like elves, and that like sucks, but otherwise, as far as you knew, they were like perfectly great guys. They were the heads of the military and like so on. But then like you get further down the path of light, and it's like the good guys that you've been working with end up doing even worse things, and you get to the point where the idea is that there's these like two crystals that descend that basically two meteors like smashed into the planet. And one of them has the power of like resurrection, and one of them has the power of like destruction. There's actually a cutscene where you're holding on to Lucifer, the destruction gem, and you like activate it, and just like an entire army of dudes just like gets disintegrated. It's so cool. But there's Neva, which is the resurrection one, and then there's Lucifer, which is they refer to it as Neva the Lightbringer or something, I think, and then Lucifer the Conqueror. And you get you get Neva, and you resurrect your girlfriend, basically, the elf. And as soon as you do that, your allies are just like, yeah, you die now. And so you end up fighting them and killing them, and then saving the planet, saving the world. But if you go down the path of darkness, you collect Lucifer first. You get both either way, but you either get Neva first or you get Lucifer first, and then the story ends with you getting the other one. And like, so you on the light side, you get Neva and you resurrect your girlfriend, and then you like fight your allies because they want to freaking kill you, because they're freaking, not only are they racist to elves, but like, you just resurrected somebody that's dead, and that's unholy. And so now they want to kill you because you're very clearly evil and like doing all these horrible things, because you resurrected one person. Like, clearly you're the evil one. In their view, obviously. But then, like, so you end up fighting and killing them, and then you go and you claim Lucifer, and then when you bring Neva and Lucifer together, and you smash them together, like, they are not, because their powers are so opposite each other. It's like matter and antimatter. They basically come together and just annihilate each other. And basically, on the light side, you know, you save your girlfriend, you take down the Asgardians, as they're called, not Asgardians, Asgardians with an E instead of an A, and then you smash the two crystals and you win the game, you know. On the dark side, you get Lucifer the Conqueror, and then you just go on a rampage and just kill everybody, basically. And you work to get your hands on Nevada. And then once you get your hands on Nevada, you now have the ability to like resurrect people. And so you just go out to a massive graveyard and you just use Nevada to just raise this like massive army of undead. And then you just take that massive army of undead and you just siege the original allies. But as you are going further and further down the path of darkness, you become more consumed with your revenge, and all of your allies die. Your allies all get killed one by one by what become your new allies, basically. And so by the end of the Dark Side campaign, you have both of the crystals, you've annihilated the Knights of Asgard, you bring the two crystals together, and it just annihilates all life on the entire island. And, well, continent. It's like a continent-sized island. So, think like Australia. Australia, Antarctica maybe, because it would be smaller. But the idea is like, it's a small continent, but it's like legitimate, it's not just like a little island, it's like a legitimate, like, full continent full of all kinds of other life and stuff. And you just, like, in your revenge and in your darkness, you just become so consumed with just getting your revenge that when you bring the two crystals together and smash them, they just annihilate everything. And the very end, like, the final line in the story is like, you have succeeded in getting your revenge. And now, you are all alone. You are the only one that is left. The only survivor. And it's just, it's so good, dude. I love it. Let me see if I can find the... Let me load up YouTube. I could probably find the cutscenes out there. So... But it's so good. I don't know. I really liked that game. It was so much fun. It was hard as frick, but it was so much fun. And, like, both of the endings are sad. Like, regardless of which path you take, it technically ends up going bad for you in the end. But, like, I don't know, man. it's just I liked it. I liked it a lot. You know, I would love to do a playthrough of it, but I can't like record it. Because it's such an old game. So like legitimately it's a super old freaking game. So
You have.
never cared much for noble morality systems. I mean, yeah, I guess, you know, that would be kind of one of the, like, good parts about the game, right? Because, like, the idea is that, like, the nobles are, like, terrible, too. So it's not like, oh, yeah, you know, the nobles are good or whatever. So let's see. This doesn't have the first cutscene, unfortunately.
Finally, the party make it back to Esgard Tower. The old priest, Elfwine, locks himself in the library and sets to work translating the prophecy. A week later, and he has little to report, except that the meteors were referred to as the Two Tears. Who could tell how long this might take? You return to...
So yeah, this is Esgard, by the way. This like castle here, Castle Kingdom. This is Esgard. You can see Esgaard. And ultimately, these are the bad guys. You know, you start as one of the... You know, you start as one of the, like, generals of the military in Esgard, but
Esgard Tower,
you quickly realize, like,
shards,
that's not
to
good.
find that Elfwine has finally finished translating the prophecy. The night sky shall cry two tears, one blue as heaven, Navarre, the protector, giver
The protector,
of life,
that's what it was.
taker of pain, one red as hell, Lucifer, the conqueror, bringer of death, calls to the warrior. Both hold power too great for mortal races, and they must be destroyed. With their destruction, all their work shall be undone. Yet should they be destroyed by the hand of man, a great cataclysm shall result. This is the paradox of the two tears.
Let's see. So this is the dark side storyline.
Search must continue. After a long...
This is the cutscene version of the main character. Like, this is who you play as. Is this, like, knight dude. And say noble morality, you mean more like good people don't strike first, good people don't take revenge for atrocities, good people don't steal, etc. Right.
Hard journey, you finally hold the two tears, Lucifer and Navarre, in your hands. Now, nothing can halt your vengeance. Setroth will show you an ancient battle site where you can use Navarre to raise an army of undead. Then, with orcs and undead combined, you could sweep down into Guardia, laying waste to everything in your path until the Guardian Knights and General Paridian were totally destroyed.
It's not the cutscene I thought it was, where he like uses the thing and just kills a bunch of people. Maybe it's this one.
Having captured Lucifers from the Dark Elven King, you...
Also, this is also you. I think the other one is, it is because, like, you went dark side and you, like, became the Conqueror. So... It's unfortunate how many games taught very toxic black and white morality. Yeah.
Fight your way back to the ship.
Look at that.
With as much speed as you can muster.
It's okay. It's not an entire army, but like, look at this. It just like waves the crystal.
You fight your way
boom.
back to the ship.
It's just gone. It's great, dude. Like, you are stupid powerful with that.
Finally, you have defeated the Order of
This is the
Guardian
final
Knights.
cutscene.
But your revenge is not complete. The words of the old sage still ring in your head. Should they be destroyed by the hand of man, a great cataclysm shall result. Knowing that only the power of the tears could totally erase the Guardian Knights from the face of Etheria, you bring them crashing together. There is a blinding flash and a whirlwind of clamor and noise. When the dust settles, you stand alone in the midst of a charred wasteland.
When the dust settles, you stand alone in the midst of a charred wasteland. Knew it was something like that. But yeah, in the dark side storyline, you just annihilate everything. So it's like really cool. You know? But yeah, I don't think Warlord's Battle Cry does that. Because, like, again, you know, it makes you think for a moment, like, oh yeah, the people that you're working with are the good guys and things. But by the end of the story, like, they're not the good guys at all, you know? So, it's like, good people, you know, the good people don't do these things. But then you find out that they do, in fact, do those things, you know? So, I don't know. Maybe I'm not fully understanding either, so I don't know. They're racist, kind of makes them the bad guys right away. Yeah, but they're portrayed as being the good guys until the end, so. Like, by the end of the game, no matter, like, which path you take, the only good person, if you will, ends up just being you, so. Though, I guess that's debatable as well, because, I mean, you do go on a freaking murder rampage on the dark side storyline. You know, just annihilate everything, so maybe you're not so much the good person even on the outside. You know, maybe you're not. Let's see. I'm trying to think. I kind of feel like I need to do some kind of, like, building. You know? Because, like, we haven't like built anything today. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Tetramino generator, and then I like how you squish it with an anvil to make it the flat one. I don't actually know what the flat one does that's different. I know there's got to be some kind of difference, but I mean, I would say, you know, out of everything, it like the story does basically say like, look, good people aren't freaking racist. So, I mean, there's that at least, I suppose. What is it GLaDOS says in Portal? Like, you're not a good person. Good people don't end up here. Ow, cat! Seriously. Oop, my mangrove grew right over there. Ow, cat. Seriously. Freaking. Like, I get it. You're hyper and all. Again. She's a runner. She really likes running when she's hyper. So that is what she's doing, is she's running around. She's a runner and a jumper. So like when she gets really hyper, she not only just like runs around, but she starts like jumping on everything, including on people. So she'll like run over and then like jump on you and then immediately run off. And it's just like, seriously, cat, like freaking don't. Like, don't. Could you don't? You know? By saying her name when she gets too extra. I can definitely give that a shot. Seriously? What are you doing, cat? No, maybe that wasn't her. There's like a light flicker for a second, so I thought she might have gone to play with the electric cords again. But she's not by the electric cords. I really wish that freaking my family would do something about these freaking electric cords. It really feels like it's like a fire hazard that you can just like tap these particular cords and like a whole bunch of stuff just like turns off. And it's like you don't even have to like do anything like major. You just tap them and come on. Yeah, I see you are down there by the electric cords. Come on, Monaco. Again, hang on. She's being a pain. Come on. Come on. Get out of there. Okay. It just it feels like a hazard. So far, nothing bad has happened, but I'm just like, if they're so freaking loose, they're like touching them causes like a ton of stuff to just like flicker around, flicker on and off. Like, that just seems like it just seems like a disaster waiting to happen, and I really don't like that. But also, I don't know what to do about it, because it's the freaking outlet itself that's like the problem. Like, the only thing I can think of is to freaking unplug the things and not have them be plugged in. The problem is that there's freaking like 4 outlets in the entire house. No. Like, I'm not kidding either. There literally is like 4 electric outlets in the entire house. And so we have like everything plugged in to like, we have like everything on one side of the house is plugged into one outlet, and everything else that's on the other side plugged into another. And so then you like touch like one the cords in one of these outlets, like in the specific outlet at least, and it like causes everything to flicker. And I'm like, this really does not seem like it's safe. Freaking. But then having like 20 different freaking appliances and things all plugged into freaking one power bar, you know, freaking, what is it, daisy chained or whatever, where it's like we have one power bar that then has like 3 power bars plugged into it, and then each of those power bars goes to other things. And like each of those power bars has like 6 different things plugged in. And it's like, this really does not seem good. Like, my computer is plugged into an outlet that, or is plugged into a power bar which is then plugged into a power bar. And then, like, both of those, like, power bars are plugged into, like, other power bars. You know? Like, I legitimately have, like, 4 power bars for, like, everything around my desk here. Except that all 4 of those power bars are all plugged into another power bar. Which, that one is then plugged into another power bar. Before finally reaching the outlet. Like, it's ridiculous. Because literally, there are 2 outlets in the entire, like, front room here. The living room. Whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it really is like a recipe for it really does seem like it's a recipe for disaster. And I'm always concerned. I mean, we've lived here 12 years. So, like, if anything was going to happen from this setup, it would have by now. But even so, like, every time anything, like, flickers or, you know, like, something weird happens with the power bars, I'm always like, oh, this is good. This is the one, isn't it? I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, 3 months after we moved into this house, the fire marshal, I think is the term, the head of the fire department, he came out just because I had a cousin, I think, that, like, worked in the fire department, and he came out just to, like, you know, like, see my cousin and, like, have just, like, a little chat for a moment. And he took one look at this house and went, you realize that this house should be on our condemned list, right? Like, we were just like, oh, good. It's like, if I actually came out here as, you know, like, fire department, I would tell you all that you have just, like, a couple of, like, a month to, like, move. Because we would absolutely be, like, demolishing your house. So, you know, always good to know that we live in that you know, as far back as, you know, 11, 12 years ago, whatever it was, you know, we did know that our house was, you know, legitimately dangerous to live in. My family is just too lazy to even think about trying to, like, move, though. They wouldn't say that. But like they would say something like, well, we just don't have the money and whatnot. And I mean, that is true. That is in fact true, that we do not have the finances for anything that's really all that much better. However, supposedly they believe in some almighty being that all they have to do is ask and he will supply them with, you know, the money. And so I don't find that to be a proper excuse, you know? I don't find we don't have the money to be a good enough excuse when they believe that all they have to do is just believe and ask some, you know, some kind of super being, freaking, and they'll just have all the money. But maybe that's just me. You know, maybe I'm just, you know, boom. I have 0 health again. What? Alright. I died. Yes. Yeah, that really is true. It's like, okay, so you believe in this, like, super being. So why doesn't he do the thing that he says he's gonna do? And then there's always some excuse. It's like, well, he could, but nothing. There shouldn't be a but there. You believe that he is going to do the thing, so why doesn't he do it? Excuse me. It's like you don't get to but on this. There is nothing to but about. There's either he's going to do the thing or he doesn't exist. Or he's a liar, I suppose could be the third option. Like, there is no but. But that's all religion is I believe in this being, except that he doesn't do any of the stuff that he does, that he claims he does. But I'm still going to believe that he exists and believe that he does the things that he says he does. But also, I'm then also immediately going to believe that he doesn't, you know? It's like, you can't believe that he does and believe that he doesn't. Either he does or he doesn't. Pick one. But that's never good enough. Instead, create some convoluted excuse for why he doesn't, and then pretend it's true. Instead of, you know, going the sane route You know, if he says that he does a thing and then he doesn't, maybe it's because he doesn't exist. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So. Shovel. Now I've just got to get freaking, like, mending and unbreaking and stuff on the shovel. Oh, yeah, definitely. My favorite thing, honestly, is always whenever I ask, well, then why this? You know, why did he do this or why didn't he do this? And I always get, well, you know, we don't know. We don't see the bigger picture. And it's like, do we not see the bigger picture? Or is it that there is no bigger picture and it's all nonsensical? Honestly, the whole, like, we don't see the bigger picture thing makes me think of, like, supervillains, you know? Like, well, why did the supervillain do this thing? Well, you know, they're trying to do something that they think is for the greater good, but you see, the superhero that's fighting against them, you know, just doesn't see the greater good. You know, doesn't see the bigger picture. I'm like, but they're the villain, though. The villains are the ones that talk and you don't understand the bigger picture. You know? It's like the villains are always the ones that go, well, you just don't see the bigger picture. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, if there's somebody that's, like, almighty and all good, shouldn't, you know, he be able to tell us why he's such a thing? Like, to me, the idea that we can't understand just, like, points even more to the idea that he doesn't exist. Because it's taboo to question it. Yeah, that's exactly it, too. I mean, I have, in fact, had people say, like, not those exact words, but the same, like, idea. Like, I had a pastor look me right in the face at one point when I asked him a question about, you know, about, you know, his religion, and his response to, you know, me questioning about it was that, you know, you know, asking questions about it is just wrong. That you just have to believe. Don't worry about the hows or the whys. Just believe. It's like, no, nope. That's how cults are formed. Like, that's how cults are formed. That's how, like, bad people end up in power is don't question me, just do what I say. That's how, like, wars and, like, bad things, like, happen and are caused. Like, just saying. Like, I think every single, like, real life situation where I've heard that has always been somebody, like, evil and terrible. I mean, I'm just saying. You know? Just food for thought. Just food for thought. Oh wait, you can't. I can't give food for thought because you're not supposed to think, right? Don't think, just do. I have freaking no idea what I'm looking for. I do know what I'm looking for. I just could not find what I was looking for, and so I got completely lost on what I was looking for. Oh, don't throw the food in there. The freaking food already has its own stupid chests. Again, where's my I have like 5 composters. Where did they go? Here they are. Again, hey, dude. No think, just food. Good. I'll become a farmer. Now, tell me that you are... That's fine. Beetroot is fine. 15 beetroot. That for emeralds, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I would have preferred to have potatoes, but I'm okay with beetroot as well. So I need more villagers. What I need to do is I need to, like, I built this as a, like, basic thing. I need to build a, let's call it a tavern, an inn, like a building that I can, like, store villagers in for a time, you know, or I need to go and, like, start trying to, like, remake my villager mansion. So they can. It's just that I have 5 beds, and so that there can only be a maximum of 5 villagers. So I need more beds, and 2, like, villagers do need, like, space. Once there's, like, enough space, you know, then, like, if there's enough space and there's enough beds, like, they can have more. But you can't just, like, have a line of, like, beds. Like, there has to be some level of space. And I just don't have enough space in that, like, tiny room there, tiny building, to, like, add more beds and things. So, plus, beyond that, like, I need to, like, get more, like, I need to actually, like, get sheep, because I don't have enough sheep. Well, I don't have any sheep, but I need, like, sheep. Will beds outside the house work? No, because the babies have to be able to, like, go to the bed. So, villager breeding is, you know, all based upon the babies, basically. Well, mostly it's based around, like, the babies. Whoops. That torch broke at some point, and I never replaced it. More lava! I need more cauldrons, like, badly. I kind of wish that there wasn't a trial chamber right here. Because I really need there to be deep slate where my mine is. This sucks. Like, this legitimately sucks, having this freaking structure here. Also, I have no ladders. There. That'll fix the problem for now. I'll just have to remember to bring ladders at some point. Yeah, like, getting, like, a villager farm can be a little obnoxious depending on how you do it. Like, there are ways to, like, cheat the system so that you don't have to deal with, like, the space problem or, like, the bed problem. But I don't know any of those, like, techniques. So, actually, I need this to go out one more. One, two, three, four. Yeah. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Or was 4 counting? I think 4 was counting. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 was counting. Okay. So it's actually 1, 2, 3. This would be the bottom. This would be the bottom layer. Which I'm not sure that's really gonna benefit me at all, but 'tis how I'm setting these up. And I'd rather keep the freaking system going properly. 1, 2, and then 3. So 1, 2, 3, and then this would be where I go down a block. Fun part is going to be going up, because this goes up into the trial chamber, and I want this to be, you know, open to the sky all the way up. So I'm going to have to like dig this like column here all the way down and things. It's going to be interesting to deal with. Probably the easiest way to do it is to like start up here. And then just freaking bust open the roof here. Because there's just a hole there. Ow. And then from there, we get the fun part of figuring out where this hole is. I think it's one more block over. I think it's in there. Well, I really should have done this a while ago. Let me knock out all these freaking magma blocks. So I'm not freaking dealing with them. Had to build the mine right here. This is definitely the best spot for it. Freaking smack dab above a freaking trial chamber. It's not even centered, dude. Like, it would have been cool if I had come like right through the middle there. Like right where that freaking like you know, the copper bulb up there is. Like, that would have been really cool. Just like dig straight down and end up right in the middle. No, I couldn't even freaking do that. So they had to come down freaking, like, look at this. Like, on the side of the structure. Like, what the frick, dude? Like, come on, man. I can use this to kind of determine where that is. That's there. That's on the edge. So it's like this. Right? Yes. Alrighty. Have a good night, Scarix. It is almost 4 in the morning. I really... Like, I'm I'm too, like, focused on doing this crap. So, like, I really should consider, like, getting off myself. So, alrighty. Well, then, you have a good night as well, cat. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Now we just make a... Whoa, frick! Make our way down. Oops. I need to mine out those, like, 2 blocks right there. Uh-oh. This trial spawner just started up again. I mean, feel free to come on over here. I'll knock you into the hole now. Ah! Fucking, when they split apart. And, like, I think it's a Bedrock thing. I don't remember them, like, exploding in Java. The way they do here in Bedrock. Could be completely wrong about that. That could just be normal behavior, but... I feel like I don't remember them, like, exploding the way they do here. It's literally this block and this block. Those are all I need to break to get this to match up. Alright, now then I have the hole that goes down there. I got my reward from the trial spawner, but there was still a slime left. From this spawner. Maybe it only tracks the big slimes. Like, maybe it only directly tracks the ones that are spawned. Yeah, I feel like they don't, like, explode like they do in Java. Or, like, I feel like they don't, like, explode that way in Java, so... I'm really just not used to that, to them, like, exploding like they do. I don't know if this is supposed to go, like, all the way over. And, like, I need to replace, like, these 2 blocks, too. I don't know. So that's weird. Whatever. It is what it is. Man, Tough Brick breaks so much faster than Deep Slate. It really do. Well, I think once I'm done mining out all of this section, I might go ahead and call it for the night. We have been going for, 6.5 hours. And, usually I do 4-hour streams. So, this is why, like, I don't do those, like, schedules. Like a lot of other streamers have been doing. Like, one, I really don't know what time I'm, like, able to stream. Two, I don't know what time I, like, want to stream. So some days I'm just like, I just want to play FF14 and just run my roulettes, and I don't want to do anything else today. And I don't feel like that's something people want to watch, is just me doing roulettes and literally doing nothing else. So, I just don't. Like, I just don't stream that. Yeah, I guess I just literally need a ladder to replace this, one block here. But I can jump that, so I'm not worried about it. I am tempted to do a toy cat stream, if you will. Destroying a blank. Just mining a trial chamber for freaking 13 hours or whatever. Tempted to do something like that. Just get on and just do nothing but sit here and just freaking destroy this entire trial chamber. That would be fun, actually. Just come down here and just spend an entire stream doing nothing but mining. I'd have to get, like, shulker boxes, so we'd have to, like, go to the end for something like that. Because I would need, like, storage. Like, there would be no way I would be doing all of that with the freaking, what I have right now. Like, look at this crap. Speaking of what I have right now, the whole point in, like, these iron ingots was that I was going to make a hopper. So I'm going to do that. That's what these 2 jungle logs were for, was to make a chest. So I could make a hopper. And we'll end off with some tetraminos. We'll go over there. Hey, this is actually the path back to my, like, base. My old base. We'll come over here for this. I bet you the reason that I can, like, go down to no health is that I bet the health isn't rendering correctly by exactly half a heart. And so when I'm at 0 hearts, I'm actually at half a heart. Just like how when I'm at full health, I'm at, like, I'm missing half a heart. Like, I bet you anything. Yeah, this is a nice open area here. I didn't bring any minos I just realized. Eh? Can you not hopper anymore? Because, like, it's a full-on entity now. So you see it is an entity, but then it acts like a freaking... No. It still works. I guess there's just no block related to it anymore. They didn't need the block anymore. So they made a minor change or something. Would be my guess. I could be completely wrong about that though. There we go. All you need is one Mino shard to start the process. Because one Mino shard gives you one Tetramino. And now we will summon the Matrix. Ah, it was playing like music. It didn't used to do that. They definitely did some kind of update to this to the Tetris mod, which I think is pretty cool. Yay, we have Tetris. Rick? The Minos are a bit stronger than I remember because I had like ridiculously good armor and now I do not. In fact, I don't even know if I have any armor at the moment. Nice. We have a Mino. All right. We now own a Tetra monster. I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. I would like to collect all of them because I think that's a fun little thing. It definitely has nothing to do with the fact that the manual itself says try to collect them all. And whenever a manual says that, I can't resist doing exactly what it says. Definitely not related to that in any way, shape, or form. Nope. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I still don't know what that's from. It might be a Nico B bit, but I don't actually know. I don't know if that's a Nico B bit or if like both Nico and I got that from something. You know, kind of like while Spin is, you know, a Vine Sauce thing, like anybody who doesn't know Vine Sauce, if they were to come in here, they'd be like, Speen? What is Speen? You know? And like maybe they start saying it and they're like, well, you know, Sureen, you're like, I got it from Sureen, but like, they, like, while that's true, it's not one of my bits. I have no bits. I have no original bits that I'm aware of. Like, I guess there's the rude P, but that's about it. I had somebody come into my server today, and I haven't decided yet what to do about them. But they came in, and they were like, hi. So I'm like, hi. And then immediately, like, they DM me. And they're like, I'm an artist. And I hear you want, like, some work. I'm like, yes, I do have that rude P emote that I would like to get. But, you know, I don't have any money right now. And they're like, that's fine. I'm not worried about that at all. I can give you a good discount. I'm like, okay, but like, what? Why does everybody do that? Why does everybody do that? It's like, I don't have any money. That's fine. I can give you a nice discount. Okay, but I don't have any money. Well, we can work on a payment plan. Okay, but I don't have money. I don't have an income. This then continues on for like 20 minutes. It's like, I get it. Like, is it like that hard of like a process? Like, is it that hard of a concept to like understand? That when I say I don't have any money, I don't have any income, that means it doesn't matter how much you say. Like, it doesn't matter what you say or how much. Like, unless you're going to give me a 100% discount. And then, like, then the person goes, well, do you know when you'll have money? I'm like, no. I have no idea. And they go, well, just tell me when you have money. I'm like, you get in line. You know? Like, no offense, but like, get in line. Because freaking, it's been 6 years. Oh, like, if I'm to, you know, tell everybody that has ever messaged me, you know, about that. I hate that. Yeah, hello, Tazin. I do indeed actually recognize your username. Tazin Razin. I do indeed recognize that. Just gonna light up some of this. I'm not really worried about preventing mob spawns over here, since this is just my Tetris area. Or rather, will be my Tetris area. Zombie villagers are weird, like, they don't move. Like, it's probably a glitch in the pack. There are several of them. I don't know where to, like, report bugs on it. I would like to, because there are several bugs in the texture pack that I'm surprised haven't been fixed yet, considering that this came out in 1.21. I'm doing alright, I suppose. About as good as normal, which is not particularly great, but, it's about as good as normal. Oops. Fucking bugs everywhere. Nope. That's a bed bug. I'm not going to flick that one off. I'm going to just squish that one. Don't want bed bugs. Let's bring you over here to my raid. That's another bug right there. Just crawling on my elbow. I don't actually know where red is, so I'll just bring you over here by the Tetris. Oh, shift click. Well, I have the Tetris add-on, but I have a couple of like add-ons, so that's what Mojang refers to their mods as. So this is the Bedrock version, so there are no actual, like, mods that you can download. You have to go out and, like, buy the add-ons. Which sucks, but, I suppose if it supports the creators more. Because freaking, we all know CurseForge don't pay nothing. Yep, this is the Bedrock version. That is not a bug. That is a freaking one of like the many moles I just randomly have all over my body. I don't know where my red Tetramino went. There it is. Just as I was saying, that. Go bring red over here. Red and blue. And now we've got a whole stack of Mino shards, which is great. I'll probably knock out like these other tetraminos. That's the only one I have left? Just that one. Thought I had like 3 more, but maybe I've already knocked those ones out too. Maybe that is the only tetramino I have left. If so, then I might as well just, you know, knock it out right now. Ow. Ow. Frick. There we go. Miniature Mino. Alrighty. Come on, Alrighty. That's fine, because, I was planning to end the stream here pretty soon anyway. So if you've got to go, that's perfectly fine. Hope these things can swim. I'm about to take them across the water. If not, then I'll have to build a bridge the next time I want to try to capture more minos. Well, they can teleport at least. But I don't see red. Did red not make it across? Red is still over there rolling in the dirt. Good for him. Red is refusing to teleport. Red is fighting mobs. That's part of why Red is dead. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. It's perfectly fine. I'm not gonna bother with that then. Come on over here, Minos. We got blue and we got cyan. Don't remember what's what in the way of like actual names. So, but still, we got 2. So, alright, well, with that, I think I'm gonna call it a stream here. So, I do hope you all enjoyed. If you have, then feel free to subscribe and check the playlist for other streams. Again, I have no space for anything in these chests. It's like ridiculous. There's my Minos, 22 of them. I need to sort this crap at some point. I might do that in between. I'm definitely gonna do something in between, cause frick, dude. Like, I'm almost definitely gonna play some more in between. So, but yeah, like I said, check the video description for more playlists. Or not video description, but check the playlist for more streams. Twitch.tv/Sureen Inc. Feel free to come on out and hang out with us and chat, perhaps, and all that. So, I'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye. I'm just gonna do a little bit of this.